high above the jagged, snow-capped peaks of an impenetrable mountain range, a single golden arrow hums through the thin, biting air, moving faster than the eye can track. It travels north, leaving the familiar olive groves and sun-bleached temples of Greece far behind, crossing boundaries that no mortal foot has ever successfully navigated. Below this streak of gold, the world turns white and hostile, vast forests of black pine groan under the weight of ice, and the wind howls with the voice of a living, angry god. But the arrow does not slow, nor does it freeze. It is seeking a hidden latitude, a place whispered about in the shadowy corners of temples and sung of by poets whose names have turned to dust. It flies toward the horizon where the sun refuses to set, guiding the way to a sanctuary that defies the harsh logic of winter. Here, at the very roof of the world, lies the answer to an ancient longing, a garden locked away behind the north wind, where the light is eternal and the silence is absolute. I'm glad you're here, wishing you peace, rest, and maybe a little historical inspiration before sleep. Take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. I'd love to know where and when you're listening from tonight. To understand this destination, we must first stand on the shores of the ancient Mediterranean, looking north with the eyes of those who lived 3,000 years ago. For the Greeks, the world was a disk encircled by the great river Oceanus, a place of order surrounded by chaos. To the south lay the burning sands of Libya. To the east, the ancient empires of Persia and the mysteries of India. To the west, the pillars of Heracles and the open, terrifying sea. But the north was different. The north was the domain of Boreas, the god of the cold north wind, a deity of terrifying power who brought winter, darkness, and storms that could shatter ships against the rocky coastlines. Boreas was not merely a meteorological phenomenon. He was a presence, a bearded, winged giant who dwelt in Thrace or perhaps even further away, in the mythical Rhepian Mountains. These mountains were the great barrier of the ancient imagination, a wall of rock and ice so high that the stars themselves seemed to graze their summits. No map drawn by human hands could accurately place them, yet their existence was as real to the ancient mind as the marble of the Parthenon. They were the source of the bitter gales that stripped the leaves from the trees and drove the warmth from the earth. But logic dictated a beautiful impossibility. If the wind originated from these mountains, blowing down into the inhabited world, then there must be a land situated beyond the mountains, a place behind the source of the gale. If one could somehow transcend the barrier of the rapias, one would step out of the wind and into the stillness on the other side. This was the etymological birth of the legend, hyper meaning over or beyond, and Boreas meaning the north wind. Hyperborea was, quite literally, the land beyond the north wind. It is here, in this conceptual space, between geography and theology, that the golden arrow finds its mark. The stories tell us that this land was not a frozen wasteland, as modern climatology would demand, but a paradise of perpetual spring. Because it lay beyond the wind, it was untouched by the storms that plagued the rest of humanity. It was a realm of perfect stillness, bathed in a luminosity that never faded into true night. The primary patron of this hidden realm was Apollo, the god of light, music, prophecy, and healing. While he was worshipped fiercely in Delphi, the navel of the ancient world, His connection to Hyperborea was intimate and cyclical. The ancients believed that Apollo did not reside in Greece year-round. As the days grew short and the autumn leaves began to rot into the earth, the god would board a chariot not drawn by horses, which belonged to the earth, but by colossal white swans, creatures of air and water. These swans, singing their strange, mournful songs, would pull his chariot into the sky, tracing the same path as the golden arrow, heading north to his winter sanctuary. Imagine the visual silence of that journey. The chariot ascends, leaving behind the smoke of sacrificial fires and the noise of human petitions. It glides over the turbulent dark seas, over the steppes of Scythia, where nomadic horsemen huddled against the frost, and finally over those great, formidable Rippian mountains. The transition would be sudden and sensory. One moment, the air is screaming with the fury of Boreas, filled with stinging ice crystals and the gray gloom of a northern winter. The next, as the chariot crests the highest peak and descends into the hidden valleys beyond, the wind vanishes. The temperature rises, not to the oppressive heat of the Mediterranean summer, but to a gentle, temperate warmth that smells of amber and drying wheat. In this land, the light behaves differently. The sun, low in the sky, circles the horizon in a great, lazy loop, casting long, golden shadows that stretch across velvet green meadows. It never dips fully below the edge of the world, bathing the landscape in a permanent golden hour, that fleeting moment of perfect illumination that photographers and painters chase, but which here lasts forever. The ancient texts describe the Hyperboreans not as gods, but as a race of men and women who lived in complete harmony with this environment. They were free from the burdens that defined the human condition elsewhere: old age, disease, war, and labor. They did not toil in the fields, for the earth gave forth its bounty without the need for the plow. They did not build fortifications, for they had no enemies. Their existence was a mirror of the stillness of their land, a long, unbroken meditation on beauty and the divine. It is a profound reflection on the human spirit that even in the infancy of civilization, we dreamed of a place where the struggle for survival had ended. The Greeks, whose lives were defined by the capricious nature of the gods, the inevitability of conflict, and the fragility of the body, constructed a mental geography that included an escape hatch. Hyperborea was the elsewhere, the pristine counterpart to the messy, chaotic reality of the oikumene, the inhabited world. It was a necessity of the soul to believe that somewhere the laws of entropy were suspended, and that purity was not just an abstract concept, but a physical location. The connection between Apollo and this land was not merely one of vacation, but of origin and renewal. Some legends whispered that Apollo's mother, Leto, had come from this northern paradise, arriving on the island of Delos to give birth. Thus, when Apollo returned to Hyperborea each winter, he was not fleeing his duties. He was returning to the source of his power. He was washing the grime of the mortal world from his spirit in the crystal waters of the north, listening to the chanting of the swans, and renewing the light that he would bring back to Greece in the spring. The landscape of Hyperborea, as we begin to see it through the mists of history, is a tapestry of sensory perfection. We must imagine forests of trees that never lose their leaves, copper beech and silver fir, dripping with a resin that smells of honey. We imagine rivers that do not rush or roar, but flow with a heavy silken grace, their waters clear enough to count the pebbles on the riverbed from the banks. The air is thick with pollen, yet breathable and pure, carrying the sound of lyres and flutes across vast distances. For in a land without wind, sound travels with bell-like clarity. As the golden arrow strikes the earth in the center of a circular temple, it does not bring war or death. It marks the center of a world held in a delicate, breathless balance. The swans descend, their great white wings folding against their sides like collapsing sails, and the god of light steps onto the mossy ground, home at last. Here, the boundaries between the physical world and the dream world are porous. The history we are about to uncover is not just a history of a place that may or may not have existed on a map. It is the history of a horizon that kept receding, a history of the north wind and the beautiful, impossible silence that lies just behind it. Decades and centuries dissolve into the quiet rustle of dry papyrus and the scent of ancient dust. Before the cartographers arrived with their compasses and their skepticism, before the historians sought to pin the world down with dates and coordinates, there were only the poets. It is in the fragmented, fragile lines of these earliest singers that the geography of the impossible first begins to take shape. We turn our gaze now to the shadow of Mount Helicon, to the rough pastoral world of Hesiod, a shepherd and poet who stood at the very threshold of recorded Greek literature. His world was not one of marble cities and philosophical schools, but of hard earth, biting seasons, and the grinding necessity of labor. Yet it is from this place of toil that the most enduring whispers of a labor-free paradise emerged, etched into the collective memory like a dream remembered upon waking. Hesiod, living in the gloomy, wind-swept hamlet of Askra, which he famously described as bad in winter, hard in summer, never good, looked north and saw more than just weather. To him, and to the audiences who gathered around the hearth fires to listen to his chanted verses, the north was defined by the Ripon Mountains. In the archaic imagination, these were not merely a geographical feature, they were the architectural limit of the mortal world. We must visualize them as they appeared in the mind's eye of the ancient Greeks. A colossal, serrated wall of black rock and blue ice, rising so high that they scraped the underbelly of the sky, effectively partitioning the cosmos. They were the source of darkness, the nesting place of the storm, and the physical origin of the night itself. But the genius of the early poetic vision lay in its insistence on balance. If the near side of the Ripon Range was the realm of the blast and the freeze, logic and hope dictated that the far side must be its antithesis. In the scattered fragments of Hesiod's work, and in the Homeric hymns that echoed the same oral traditions, we find the first faint sketches of this other side. The poets did not offer a map, they offered a vision. They spoke of a land where the air was not merely absent of cold, but possessed a tangible, nourishing quality, a substance that sustained life as readily as food or water. This early conception of Hyperborea was inextricably linked to the myth of the Golden Age. Hesiod described the history of humanity as a tragic descent, a falling away from a time when men lived like gods, with hearts free from sorrow and limbs that never aged. That golden age had ended, crushed under the weight of the silver, bronze, and finally, the miserable Iron Age in which Hesiod himself suffered. But the legend of Hyperborea suggested a loophole in time. It proposed that the Golden Age had not vanished entirely from the earth. It had merely retreated geographically. It had been pushed to the edges, sequestered behind the impossible wall of the Rippean Mountains. To travel north was to travel back in time, to find a pocket of the world where the primal purity of creation had never been corrupted. The whispers from these ancient scrolls tell us of the Eridanus, a great and mysterious river that was said to flow from these northern reaches. In the poetic geography, the Eridanus was the waterway of the sun's tears. It was here that the grieving sisters of Phaethon, the reckless boy who crashed the sun chariot, were transformed into poplar trees, weeping eternal tears of amber into the dark waters. This connection is vital, for it grounds the ethereal myth in a tactile reality. Amber, that strange, glowing stone that felt warm to the touch and carried the color of the sun, drifted down from the mysterious north, washing up on the shores of the known world. For the listener in Hesiod's time, holding a piece of amber was like holding a physical piece of Hyperborea, proof that somewhere, far beyond the Rippean crags, the sun had touched the earth in a different way. The atmosphere of these early legends is heavy with the supernatural. The Hyperboreans of Hesiod's whispers were not just distant foreigners, they were sacred to the gods. They existed in a state of otium, a divine leisure that was incomprehensible to the Greek farmer breaking his back in the rocky soil. The poets described feasts that never ended, where the wine cup was never empty and the garlands of bay leaves never withered. This was a land where the very concept of enough was obsolete, replaced by a perpetual state of abundance. It is a striking image. While the rest of the world measured time by the harvest, by the scarcity of grain, and by the encroachment of winter, the Hyperboreans lived in a static, timeless noon. We must also consider the auditory landscape of these early myths. The Rippean Mountains were known as the Gusty Mountains, a place of howling cacophony. The north wind, Boreas, was a noisy god, screaming through the passes and rattling the shutters of the human world. But the poets tell us that beyond the summit, the noise ceased instantly. The defining characteristic of Hyperborea in these earliest tellings is a profound musical silence, or rather, a world where the only sounds are harmonious. The scream of the wind is replaced by the strumming of the lyre and the chanting of the inhabitants. It is a realm where noise, the chaotic, dissonant soundtrack of conflict and storm, has been filtered out by the great stone sieve of the mountains. The scrolls also hint at the relationship between this land and the stars. To the Greeks, the north was the pivot of the heavens, the point around which the great constellations of the bear and the dragon revolved. It was the axis of the universe. Therefore, the land beneath this axis was the stable center of the turning wheel. While the stars rose and set for the rest of humanity, dipping into the ocean and returning, the stars over Hyperborea never touched the sea. They were unsetting, vigilant, and eternal. This celestial geometry reinforced the idea that the land was holy, a place where the erratic movements of the lower world were resolved into perfect circles. As we unroll these metaphorical scrolls further, we see that the poets were not concerned with how one might physically reach this land. In Hesiod's time, no ship had sailed that far, and no foot had crossed the steps to the mountains. Hyperborea was accessible only through the spirit and the imagination. It was a theological necessity, a place that had to exist to balance the misery of the Iron Age. It was the elsewhere that made the here bearable. The poets constructed it with words, building its walls out of hexameter verse and paving its streets with metaphors of light. Yet even as a dream, it had power. It influenced how the ancients looked at the horizon. When the winter storms blew down from Thrace, darkening the Aegean Sea and turning the waves to slate, the poet would remind his listeners that the wind had a back. He would tell them that if they could only fly like the crane or the swan, they could cross the turbulence and find the garden where the sun god slept. These earliest whispers are faint, often consisting of a single adjective or a half-remembered line quoted by a later author. The papyrus is torn, the ink has faded to brown, but in the gaps between the words, the image remains potent. We are left with the imposing silhouette of the Rippian Mountains, standing like sentinels at the edge of reality. They are the gatekeepers. Behind them lies a mystery that has not yet been probed by explorers or mapped by scientists. It is a paradise suspended in the amber of myth, waiting for someone brave enough or mad enough to try and find the door. The poets have sketched the outline. Now, the dreamers will begin to pack their bags, looking for a path that leads neither by sea nor by land, but through the strange, twisting geography of the sacred. As the centuries turned and the vague whispers of the early poets began to coalesce into a persistent longing, a new figure emerged from the mists of the 7th century BC to chart the path more clearly. He was not a god, nor was he a simple farmer like Hesiod, bound to the soil. He was Aristeas of Proconnesus, a man whose name became synonymous with the impossible journey. History remembers him as a shadowy, shamanic figure, a traveler who walked the fine line between madness and revelation. It is said that Aristeas did not travel as other men did, with caravans and supplies, measuring the miles in blisters and fatigues. Instead, he traveled in spirit. The legends claim that he would enter a trance so deep it resembled death, his body lying rigid in a fuller's shop in his hometown, while his soul, untethered and free, took the form of a raven to fly north. Through the eyes of this soaring raven, we leave the familiar Mediterranean basin behind entirely. The olive trees and the marble temples vanish, replaced by the vast, terrifying openness of the Scythian steppes. This is a landscape of endless green oceans, of grass that ripples like water under the heavy hand of the wind, stretching flat and unbroken to the horizon. Aristeas, in his ecstatic flight, moved over the tribes of the Scythians, the horse lords who drank from the skulls of their enemies and wore gold sewn into their garments. But his destination lay beyond them, past the known frontiers of human civilization, into a region where geography began to warp under the pressure of the supernatural. Aristeas brought back news of a distinct hierarchy of lands, a ladder of civilizations leading up to the ultimate silence of Hyperborea. He spoke first of the Isodones, a righteous and strange people who marked the final outpost of approachable humanity. They were the last ones who could be reasoned with, the last ones who spoke a language that could be mapped. But beyond the Isodones, the world descended or ascended into a realm of mythical violence. Here, the raven's eye witnessed the Arimaspi, the one-eyed men. These were not the clumsy monsters of children's tales, but a fierce, focused race of warriors. Their single eye, set in the center of their foreheads, suggests a terrifying singularity of purpose, a lack of depth perception that rendered the world in stark, two-dimensional terms of target and prize. The Arimaspi were locked in an eternal, grinding war, not for land or ideology, but for the very substance of the earth. They were the raiders of the frontier, constantly pushing north, mounted on shaggy, resilient horses, their single eyes fixed on the glittering slopes of the mountains ahead. And what stood in their way, guarding the approaches to the Rhipian range, were the griffins. In the narrative of Aristeas, the griffins are not merely beasts. They are the hounds of Zeus, the silent, terrifying custodians of the sacred. With the bodies of lions and the heads and wings of eagles, they represented the ultimate fusion of earth and sky, the apex predators of the gold-bearing wilderness. They did not hoard gold for greed, as humans did. To the griffins, the gold that spilled from the veins of the northern mountains was holy matter, debris from the sun itself. It lay scattered on the surface of the earth in raw, jagged nuggets, unmined and unrefined. The griffins nested upon it, their talons hooked into the soft yellow metal, their sharp beaks snapping at the air, watching the horizon for the approach of the one-eyed men. This constant, savage conflict served a vital purpose in the cosmic geography. It was the violent storm that protected the center of calm. The Arimaspi and the griffins formed a ring of fire and blood around the sanctuary. They were the immune system of the north, a barrier of teeth and iron that ensured no unworthy foot could cross the threshold. The noise of their battles, the screech of the griffin, and the thunder of Arimaspian hooves acted as a sonic wall, drowning out the silence that lay just a few miles further north. Aristeas, drifting high above this carnage in his raven form, saw the Rhipian mountains rising behind the combatants. In his vision, which he would later weave into a lost epic poem called the Arimaspea, these mountains were the final limit. They were the physical manifestation of the phrase, "Thou shalt not pass." Their peaks were shrouded in clouds that were not made of water vapor, but of feathers, an ancient metaphor for the thick, swirling snow that blinded any who tried to climb. The air here was so cold it burned, and the wind was a physical force that could strip flesh from bone. Yet the presence of the gold suggested something profound about what lay on the other side. In ancient thought, gold was the metal of the sun, imperishable, radiant, and incorruptible. Its abundance at the foot of these mountains was a geological hint, a leakage from the paradise beyond. It was as if the land of Hyperborea was so saturated with divine energy that it bled gold into the borderlands. The griffins, in their animal wisdom, understood this. They were not guarding money. They were guarding the perimeter of the divine garden. Aristeas' journey emphasized that the path to Hyperborea was not a matter of simple navigation. One could not just walk there. One had to survive the gauntlet. The traveler had to pass the Scythians, negotiate with the Isidones, evade the single-eyed gaze of the Arimaspi, and escape the tearing beaks of the griffins. It was a journey of purification through terror. Only by transcending these layers of monstrous guardians could one hope to reach the high passes of the Rhipias. When Aristeas returned to his body, waking on the floor of the fuller's shop with the dust of the steppes in his lungs, He brought back a map that was more spiritual than cartographic. He confirmed that the Hyperboreans were real, claiming that the Isodones had told him of them. They were the people who lived at the back of the north wind, extending down to the sea. But he also confirmed that they were separated from the rest of us by a zone of lethal necessity. The beauty of Hyperborea was preserved precisely because it was so difficult to reach. The one-eyed men and the gold-guarding griffins were the seals on the envelope of paradise, ensuring that the seal remained unbroken. The imagery of this frontier lingers in the mind. The stark contrast between the bloody, chaotic struggles on the steppe and the presumed serenity of the land just over the mountain wall. We can imagine the glitter of the raw gold in the weak northern sunlight, staining the snow yellow, a lure that drew men to their deaths. We can hear the shriek of the eagle lion echoing off the black cliffs, and high above it all, the silent, observing eye of the raven, witnessing the border where the known world crumbled into myth. Aristeas gave the ancient world a reason for why they could not simply sail or walk to the garden of Apollo. It was not just far away, it was behind a wall of monsters, a test that humanity, in its current state, was failing. The gold was there, but it was watched. The gate was there, but it was guarded, and the wind, cold and sharp, blew primarily to keep us out, protecting the fragile sunlit stillness that waited eternally on the other side. The wind that howled through the passes of the Rippian Mountains, driving the snow into the eyes of the Arimaspi warriors, softens as it travels south through the centuries, arriving eventually at the gates of Thebes in the 5th century BC. Here, in the golden age of Greek lyricism, the baton of memory passes to Pindar. Unlike the shaman Aristeas, who flew on the wings of a trance, Pindar stood firmly in the center of aristocratic society, singing the praises of athletes, tyrants, and kings. He was the Theban eagle, a poet of soaring heights and complex, dazzling imagery. Yet when he turned his gaze toward the north, he did not look for a trade route or a map. He looked for a spiritual boundary, declaring with absolute authority that the geography of Hyperborea was not spatial, but divine. In his 10th Thalpithian ode, Pindar laid down the law that would define the mystical geography of the north for generations. His voice, echoing through the great halls where victors celebrated their triumphs, proclaimed a hard truth to those who dreamed of exploration. Neither by ship nor on foot could you find the wondrous road to the meeting place of the Hyperboreans. With this single, devastating line, Pindar shattered the hopes of the literal-minded. He erased the coordinates. He told the sailors of the Aegean that their hulls of pine and oak were useless here. He told the soldiers that their marching sandals would never touch that sacred soil. The road to Hyperborea was not a line connecting point A to point B. It was a state of grace. The wondrous road was blocked not by ice or griffins, but by the limitations of the mortal condition itself. To reach it, one did not need a compass, one needed an invitation. Pindar reveals that only the greatest of heroes, those with the blood of gods in their veins and the favor of Olympus on their shoulders, could breach the perimeter. He sings of Perseus, the slayer of monsters, who did not stumble upon the land by accident, but was guided there. We see Perseus, weary from his quest, his sandals winged but his spirit heavy, suddenly piercing the veil. The transition is instant. He steps out of the gray, ambiguous struggle of the mortal world and into a hall filled with light and sound. Pindar describes a scene of ecstatic revelry, a sharp contrast to the solemn silence we might expect. In Pindar's vision, the Hyperboreans are not monks in meditation. They are a people drunk on the joy of existence. The poet paints a vivid, sensory picture of their eternal festival. We hear the sound of flutes and the din of lyres weaving together in a constant swirling harmony that saturates the air. The inhabitants crown their hair with golden bay leaves, the sacred foliage of Apollo, shimmering against the verdant backdrop of a land that knows no autumn. They are feasting, and their piety is as robust as their appetites. Pindar includes a detail that strikes the modern ear as strange, but feels perfectly at home in the archaic logic of the marvelous, the sacrifice of donkeys. He tells us that Apollo, the god of distant shooting, laughs when he sees the braying beasts in their standing uprightness. It is a moment of divine levity. The god is not distant here. He is a guest at the table, delighting in the exuberant, perhaps slightly chaotic offerings of his favorite people. This laughter of Apollo is crucial. In the Greek world below, Apollo was the god of plague and terrifying prophecy, a deity to be feared. In Hyperborea, he laughs. The tension between the human and the divine has been resolved. This land, Pindar tells us, is the antithesis of the human tragedy. He writes, "The muse is not absent from their ways. Art and beauty are not luxuries to be cultivated. They are the very air the Hyperboreans breathe." But more importantly, he defines their existence by what is absent. Neither disease nor baneful old age mixes in their sacred blood. They have stepped off the conveyor belt of time. In the world of Pindar's audience, a world of athletes whose bodies would inevitably slacken and fail, of kings who would die and be forgotten, this was the ultimate fantasy. It was not just immortality. It was agelessness. It was the preservation of the peak moment, the eternalized prime of life. Furthermore, they dwell far from toil and battles. The grinding necessity of labor, the sweat of the brow that Hesiod lamented, is unknown to them. But the deepest freedom they possess is freedom from nemesis. In Greek thought, nemesis was the terrifying force of retribution, the inevitable backlash that came when men reached too high or became too proud. Nemesis was the shadow that stalked every success. But the Hyperboreans are immune. They have achieved a state of perfection that does not invite the jealousy of heaven. They exist outside the moral economy of crime and punishment. They are the blessed, not because they are good, but because they are safe. Pindar also weaves the great Heracles into this tapestry. In his quest for the olive tree to plant at Olympia, the tree from which the victory crowns of the Olympic Games would be cut, Heracles traveled to the lands of the Ister, the Danube, and beyond to the shady springs of the north. Pindar describes the hero gazing with wonder at the trees of this land. Heracles, the man of supreme effort, the man who suffered more than any other, stood on the threshold of the land of no suffering. He brought back the wild olive, a living artifact from the edge of the world, planting it in the scorching soil of Greece as a bridge between the two realms. Every Olympic victor crowned with those leaves was, in a sense, wearing a piece of Hyperborea on his brow, a fleeting taste of the immortality that flourished in the north. Through Pindar's lyrics, the concept of Hyperborea shifts from a geographical location to a theological absolute. It becomes the otherworld, similar to the Elysian Fields or the Isles of the Blessed, but uniquely located in the north rather than the west or the underworld. It is a place of pure light, distinct from the gloomy halls of Hades. It is where the heroes go when they have transcended their humanity. The path neither by sea nor land becomes a metaphor for the impossibility of the quest. No amount of rowing, no amount of marching will bring you there. The map is blank because the territory is spiritual. Pindar leaves us with the image of the banquet that never ends, the music that never stops, and the golden laurel leaves that never turn brown. He places the land firmly out of reach, locking it away in the realm of the ideal. We can see it through the window of his poetry, the donkeys braying, the god laughing, the maidens dancing, but the door is shut. We are the spectators of a paradise we can imagine, but never inhabit, separated not by miles, but by the nature of our own mortality. As the music of the Theban eagle fades, the wondrous road remains empty of travelers, save for the few, the bold, and the semi-divine. The rest of us are left standing at the crossroads, holding maps that do not work, looking north toward a silence that is deafening in its beauty. As the wheel of the year turned and the shadows lengthened across the limestone slopes of Mount Parnassus, a profound hush would descend upon the center of the Greek world. In the sacred precinct of Delphi, the omphalos, or navel of the earth, the bustling energy of pilgrims, kings, and supplicants began to wane with the fading light of autumn. The laurel trees, their leaves stiffening with the approaching frost, whispered a warning in the cooling breeze. The time of the apodemia, the great departure, was at hand. For the ancients, the gods were not static idols frozen in their shrines. They were living forces subject to the rhythms of the cosmos, and Apollo, the lord of light and reason, could not endure the encroaching darkness of the mortal winter. The departure of the sun god was a theological necessity. Apollo was the deity of clarity, of sharp boundaries, of the piercing light that reveals truth. Winter, with its gray skies, muddied roads, and long, suffocating nights, was the antithesis of his nature. It was the season of ambiguity and death, a time when the earth turned inward and the clear lines of reality blurred into mist. And so, as the constellation of the Lyre dipped toward the horizon, the priests of Delphi would close the great bronze doors of the temple. The Pythia, the high priestess who channeled the voice of the god, would lay aside her crown of bay leaves and descend from the tripod. For 3 long months, the oracle would fall silent. No prophecies would be spoken, no futures revealed. The direct line to the divine mind was severed, left to hang in the cold air until the return of spring. It is in this moment of abandonment that the eyes of the faithful turned north, tracking the invisible trajectory of the god. He did not flee to the underworld, nor did he sleep in the caves of the earth. He ascended. The mythic imagery here is stark and beautiful. The golden chariot, now distinct against the iron-gray sky, is hitched once again to the team of swans. These birds, sensing the magnetic pull of their homeland, would spread their immense white wings, their calls echoing like trumpets over the valley of Phocis. They carried the god away from the corruption of the dying year, bearing him toward the one place where winter held no dominion over the light. Hyperborea, in this seasonal cycle, functioned as the winter sanctuary of the divine. It was the spiritual antipodes to the gloom of Greece. When the chariot touched down in that northern garden, Apollo entered a realm of crystal silence. If Delphi was his office, where he bore the heavy burden of administering fate and untangling the knots of human destiny, Hyperborea was his retreat. Here, he was not the oracle, he was the artist. The 3 months spent in the north were a time of restoration, a period where the god replenished the solar energy that had been drained by his contact with mortal grief. The environment of this sanctuary was tailored to the needs of a weary god. The atmosphere was described as possessing a lucid density, a quality of light that was soft, yet incredibly revealing, devoid of the harsh glare of the Mediterranean noon. Here, the sun did not burn, it illuminated. It reflected off the glaciers of the distant Riphean mountains, creating a prism of colors, violets, pale blues, and golds that danced across the sky in a perpetual aurora. The silence was not the silence of the grave, but the silence of a library or a cathedral, a pregnant, expectant stillness that invited contemplation. In this stillness, Apollo reconnected with the primitive roots of his power. Before he was the god of cities and laws, he was a god of wolves and shepherds, a deity of the wild. In Hyperborea, stripped of his civic duties, he walked the mossy forests with the Hyperborean hunters, though no blood was shed. He played his lyre not for the applause of men, but for the harmony of the spheres. The legends say that the very swans that drew his chariot would join him, circling the spherical temple mentioned in the old texts, their songs weaving a counterpoint to the god's melody. It was a cosmic symphony performed in an empty theater, a private concert for the universe itself. Back in Delphi, the vacuum left by his departure was filled by a very different energy. This is a crucial aspect of the Hyperborean dynamic, the balance of forces. When Apollo left for the north, his brother Dionysus, the god of wine, madness, and ecstatic release, woke from his slumber within the temple. The paean, the orderly hymn to Apollo, was replaced by the dithyramb, the wild foot-stomping chant of Dionysus. The winter at Delphi belonged to the dark, to the chaotic, to the warm rush of blood and wine that kept humanity warm while the sun was away. But in Hyperborea, Apollo maintained the vigil of pure reason. He kept the flame of intellect burning in the high north, ensuring that the light of the mind did not go out entirely, while the world below lost itself in the drunken dark. These 3 months in Hyperborea were also a time of purification. The contact with human petitions, the endless requests for wealth, for revenge, for answers to petty problems, left a kind of spiritual grime on the deity. The air of Hyperborea, described by Pindar and others as free from disease and nemesis, acted as a solvent. To breathe it was to be cleansed. Apollo washed his hair in the streams of the Eridanus, washing away the smoke of the sacrificial fires. He feasted on the ethereal foods of the northerners, substances that sustained without weighing down the spirit. He became briefly a Hyperborean himself, a citizen of the Golden Age, untouched by time. As the winter solstice passed and the light began to slowly return to the southern world, the mood in the sanctuary would shift. The period of rest was drawing to a close. The cycle demanded movement. The preservation of the world required the return of order. We can imagine the melancholy of that departure, the god standing on the edge of the eternal spring, looking back toward the turbulent south. He had to leave the perfection of the north to save the imperfect south from total chaos. The return journey was the promise of the spring equinox. When the swans were sighted again over the skies of Greece, it was the signal for the earth to wake up. The rivers would break their icy banks, the almond trees would blossom, and the Pythia would drink once more from the sacred spring, her voice unlocking the future. But she spoke with renewed power because the god had returned from the source. He brought with him the Hyperborean brilliance, a residue of that northern magic that clung to him like stardust. This annual migration created a permanent, invisible tether between the heart of Greece and the unknown north. Every winter, the link was reforged. Hyperborea was not just a memory of the past, it was a parallel present, existing simultaneously with the Greek reality. It was the other room of the house of the world, the room where the light was kept when it was too dark to see in the hallway. The concept of the winter sanctuary offers a profound reflection on the necessity of withdrawal. Even a god could not shine forever without respite. The silence of the north was the fuel for the speech of the south. Without Hyperborea, there could be no Delphi. Without the silence, there could be no prophecy. The 3 months of crystal quiet were the hidden foundation upon which the entire structure of Greek religion rested, a secret season of snow and stars, where the sun god remembered who he was before he belonged to the world of men. Far to the south of the silent frozen garden, amidst the glittering, wind-whipped expanse of the Aegean Sea, lies the island of Delos. It is a harsh, rocky splinter of land, burned white by the relentless sun, anchored in the center of the Cyclades. This is the birthplace of Apollo, the sacred point of arrival where the goddess Leto clutched a palm tree and brought the god of light into the world. Unlike the lush, eternal spring of Hyperborea, Delos is a place of stark clarity, of sharp shadows and salt spray. Yet it was here, in the bustling precincts of the great temple, that the most tangible evidence of the northern paradise appeared, not as a vision, but as a physical object held in human hands. It began with a rumor of strangers. The ancient chronicles tell us that in the deep past, the Hyperboreans did not merely wait for Apollo to visit them. They reached out to him. They sought to maintain the bond with their patron deity across the vast, dangerous distances of the inhabited earth. And so they sent offerings. These were not the gold or silver tributes of vassal states, nor the blood sacrifices of the terrified. They were something far more cryptic and organic, mysterious parcels tightly wrapped in wheat straw. The texture of this image is striking, the rough, dry, golden stalks of wheat binding a secret, carried through the marble splendor of the Greek world. The straw served as a protective husk, a way to shield the sacred contents from the profane eyes of the lands through which they traveled. To touch the straw was to touch the harvest of a land that knew no famine, a tactile connection to the soil of the Golden Age. The first bearers of these gifts were not anonymous couriers, but high-ranking emissaries, maidens of the Hyperborean elite. We know their names, preserved in the amber of Herodotus's history, Hyperoca and Laodice. We must imagine them stepping off a ship onto the Delian Quay, figures of striking difference amidst the dark-haired, sun-bronzed Greeks. They would have been tall, perhaps carrying the pale, luminous cast of the north in their skin, their eyes holding the memory of the unsetting sun. They were accompanied by 5 male guardians, the Perfories, whose duty was to ensure the safe passage of the holy straw. But the tragedy of this contact lay in the incompatibility of the two worlds. The legends whisper that the Hyperboreans, accustomed to an environment of perfect health and agelessness, were biologically or spiritually unsuited for the harsh vibrations of the mortal south. They had descended from the sanctuary into the realm of death and time, and the shock was fatal. Hyperoche and Leotis did not return to the land behind the north wind. They died on Delos, their lives extinguished by the very journey they undertook to honor their god. Their death sent a shockwave through the ancient religious consciousness. It transformed the relationship between the two lands from one of distant admiration to one of mourning and memorial. The graves of these maidens became sacred sites within the sanctuary of Delos, located near the temple of Artemis, the sister of Apollo. A touching ritual emerged from this loss, a gesture of intimacy that bridged the gap between the human and the mythic. The young women of Delos, on the eve of their marriages, would cut a lock of their hair, wind it around a spindle, and place it upon the tomb of the northern maidens. The young men would wind their hair around a shoot of greenery and offer it as well. For centuries, the hair of the Greek youth was inextricably tangled with the memory of the Hyperborean exiles. It was a mingling of vitalities. The growing, living hair of the south offered to the memory of the pale strangers who had died bringing gifts. In the rustle of the wind through the olive trees of Delos, the islanders heard the echoes of the north, a reminder that the cost of holiness was often life itself. Following the death of these first envoys, and a second pair named Argy and Opus, who had arrived even earlier, the Hyperboreans altered their protocol. The sorrow of losing their children to the heavy atmosphere of the south was too great. They withdrew their direct presence, retreating back behind the veil of distance. But the flow of gifts did not stop. It merely changed form. A great continental relay system was established, a human chain of transmission that stretched from the edge of the unknown to the heart of the Aegean. Herodotus describes this route with the fascination of a man tracing a miracle. The Hyperboreans would carry the sacred bundles, wrapped in their protective wheat straw, to their nearest neighbors, the Scythians. The Scythians, receiving the parcels with a mixture of fear and reverence, would not dare to open them. They would carry them to their southern border and hand them to the next tribe. And so the gifts moved, hand over hand, wagon to wagon, passing through the diverse tapestries of ancient cultures. We can visualize this journey as a golden thread woven through the map of antiquity. The straw bundles traveled west to the Adriatic Sea, then south, carried by the Dodonians, the guardians of the oldest oracle of Zeus. They moved across the rugged spine of Greece, through the mountains of Malis, across the strait to Euboea, and finally, city by city, island by island, until they reached Tanos, the neighbor of Delos. The final leg was a short boat ride across the glittering water, delivering the cargo to the waiting priests of Apollo. There is something profoundly moving about this bucket brigade of sanctity. Tens of thousands of miles, hundreds of different hands, barbarian, Greek, nomad, farmer, all cooperating to ensure the safe passage of a humble bundle of straw. Wars might have raged, Empires might have risen and fallen, but the mail of the gods had to get through. It suggests a universal recognition of the sacred, a shared understanding that these gifts belong to something greater than any single nation. The straw bundles were a diplomatic passport that transcended all borders. But what was inside the straw? The ancients remained respectfully silent on this, or perhaps they truly did not know. Speculation abounded. Was it the first fruits of the Hyperborean harvest? Was it hunks of raw amber, the tears of the sun? Or was it something immaterial, a spiritual charge trapped within the dried stalks? The mystery was the point. The straw hid the radiant reality of Hyperborea from eyes that were not ready to see it. It allowed the divine to travel through the profane world without being corrupted, an encapsulated piece of paradise moving through the dust of the Iron Age. The arrival of the offerings at Delos was a festival moment, a confirmation that the god was still listening, that the link was still active. The priests would receive the straw with immense ceremony, treating the dry stalks as if they were bullion. And in the minds of the faithful, the arrival confirmed the geography of their souls. If the gifts were here, then the land must be there. If the straw was real, then the garden behind the north wind was not just a story. As the sun set over Delos, casting long shadows from the famous terrace of the lions, the pilgrims would look at the tombs of the maidens and the bundles of straw and feel a strange, melancholic proximity to the divine. They were touching the edges of a world they could never enter. The maidens, Hyperoke and Laotis, remained as permanent hostages of gravity and time, their bones mingling with the rocky soil of the Cyclades. They were the anchors that held the myth in place. The wind that blew over their graves was the Meltemi, the summer wind of the Aegean, warm and dry. But in the silence of the temple precinct, if one listened closely enough, one might hear the faint, ghostly echo of a different wind, the one they had left behind, the wind that never blew, the silence of the high north, where the straw had once been green and growing. The connection remained, fragile as a stalk of wheat, but unbroken, stretching across the curvature of the earth to a place where the sun stood still. From the sacred silence of the tombs on Delos, where the maiden envoys sleep beneath the Cycladic sun, we drift across the waters of time and geography to the bustling, dusty streets of Halicarnassus, and later, the colony of Thurii. Here, in the middle of the 5th century BC, a different kind of mind was at work, not a priest, nor a poet, but a man possessed by a restless, consuming curiosity. Herodotus, the father of history, sat before his scrolls, the scent of ink and drying papyrus filling the air, attempting to impose order upon the chaotic sprawl of the known world. To him, the stories of the gods were important, but the geography of the earth was a puzzle that required evidence, testimony, and the sharp edge of logic. He was the first to look at the map of the world and realize that its edges were fraying into myth. Herodotus was a traveler in the truest sense, a man who measured the world by the wear on his sandals and the strange tongues he heard in the marketplaces of the oikumene, the inhabited world. He had stood before the pyramids of Egypt, conversed with the priests of Babylon, and listened to the wind howl on the shores of the Black Sea. But when he turned his gaze to the north, to the lands beyond the Scythian steppes, he found his rigorous method colliding with a wall of silence. The Hyperboreans were a problem. They were a persistent rumor, a ghost that haunted the northern borders of his map, yet no credible witness, no soldier, no merchant, no sailor had ever claimed to have shaken the hand of a Hyperborean. With the meticulous caution of a detective, Herodotus began to interview the neighbors of the unknown. He spoke with the Scythians, the tattooed horse lords who dominated the vast grasslands north of the Black Sea. He asked them, simply and directly, "Who lives beyond you?" The Scythians, practical men who lived by the bow and the sword, shrugged. They knew of the Isodones, the righteous people Aristeas had mentioned. They knew of the Androphagi, the man-eaters, a terrifying tribe of cannibals who dwelt in the deep forests. They knew of the Melanchthani, the black cloaks. But of the Hyperboreans, they knew nothing. This absence of direct testimony triggered Herodotus's skepticism. In his great work, The Histories, he approaches the subject with a raised eyebrow. He notes that the only people who speak confidently about the Hyperboreans are the Isodones, and from them the Scythians repeat the tale. It is a game of whispers played across thousands of miles of steppe and tundra. If the Isodones speak the truth, Herodotus muses, then the lands to the north are filled with impossibility. His skepticism, however, was not merely a refusal to believe, it was a demand for symmetry. The Greek mind loved balance. Herodotus proposed a fascinating logical argument. If there are Hyperboreans, people who live beyond the north wind, then by the laws of cosmic geometry, there should also be Hypernotions, people who live beyond the south wind. Since no one had ever heard of a people living in the burning deserts of the deep south who were exempt from the heat, why should we believe in a people in the deep north who are exempt from the cold? It was a rationalist's attempt to dismantle a miracle with geography. Yet Herodotus was too good a storyteller to dismiss the legend entirely. He recorded the details even as he questioned them, preserving the very myths he sought to scrutinize. He mentions the peculiar atmospheric conditions reported by the travelers. The Scythians claimed that the regions north of them were impassable because the air was filled with feathers. They said the earth and the sky were so thick with these white feathers that sight was obscured. Herodotus, with a flash of rational insight, decodes the metaphor for his readers. In my opinion, he writes, it is snow that they mean. To the Mediterranean mind, unaccustomed to the blizzards of the deep north, the swirling whiteout of a polar storm could only be described as a deluge of feathers. He creates a vivid picture of this northern frontier as a place of sensory deprivation. It is a land where the winter lasts for 8 months of the year, a winter so severe that if you pour water on the ground, you will not make mud, but if you light a fire, you will make mud. The earth itself is frozen iron. In such a place, the very idea of a warm, sunlit garden hidden somewhere in the distance seems like a fever dream, a hallucination born of hypothermia. As we look over Herodotus's shoulder at the map he is constructing, we see the blank spaces. He draws the Ister, the Danube, cutting through Europe, mirroring the Nile in Africa. He places the known tribes in their allotted territories. But above the Scythians and the Isodones, the ink stops. There is no line for the coast of a northern ocean because no one has seen it. There is only a vast, white terra incognita. Into this void, he reluctantly places the stories he cannot verify, but cannot bring himself to discard: the one-eyed men, the griffins guarding the gold, and finally, the faint, elusive shimmer of the Hyperboreans. Herodotus stands at the pivot point between the age of myth and the age of reason. He wants to believe in the tangible, the seen, the verified. He acknowledges the wheat straw offerings on Delos. He has seen them with his own eyes, and he describes the ritual with great care. He knows the packages are real. He knows the route they take is real. But the senders remain ghosts. It is one of history's great, quiet ironies. The evidence arrives on time, year after year, yet the existence of the origin remains unproven. There is a profound loneliness in Herodotus's account of the North. He describes a world that gets colder, harder, and stranger the further one travels. The familiar customs of civilization fall away. The eating of bread gives way to the eating of meat. The building of stone temples gives way to the worship of old swords planted in piles of brushwood. And at the very end of the line, where the feathers fill the air and the cold bites through the warmest cloak, the map simply dissolves. He leaves us with a sense of the Rhipaean, not just as a mountain range, but as a cognitive barrier. It is the limit of human knowledge. Beyond it lies the domain of the unobservable. Herodotus, for all his travels, could not book passage to paradise. He remains the narrator standing on the edge of the cliff, peering into the fog, hearing the faint sound of chanting swans, but seeing only the swirling snow. He represents the moment when humanity realized that the world was larger than its understanding, and that some places were perhaps designed to remain off the map. The father of history eventually rolled up his scrolls, leaving the question unresolved. He gave us the coordinates of the mystery, but not the solution. The blank space on his map beckoned to those who would come after him, the dreamers, the conquerors, and the navigators who would look at the white emptiness and see not a void, but a canvas. The silence of the North remained, indifferent to his inquiries, waiting for a traveler who was willing to abandon logic and follow the gold arrow into the heart of the storm. To cross the threshold of the Rhipaean Mountains is to leave behind not only the geography of the known world, but the temporal rhythm that governs all mortal life. We step now into the physics of the impossible, into a realm where the fundamental clockwork of the skies operates on a different set of gears. If we were to stand in the center of Hyperborea, the first thing to strike the senses would not be a sound or a smell, but a profound, disorienting realization about the nature of the light. In the lands of the south, in Greece, Persia, and Rome, time is a narrative of conflict between the sun and the dark. Day conquers night, and night inevitably reconquers day. But here at the roof of the world, that war has ended. The treaty is eternal illumination. We have entered the realm of the unsetting sun. In the astronomical reality of the high Arctic, this phenomenon is the midnight sun, a seasonal curiosity where the solar orb refuses to dip below the horizon for weeks or months at a time. But in the mythic geography of Hyperborea, this is not a seasonal phase. It is a permanent state of grace. The sun does not rise in the east and set in the west. Instead, it performs a majestic, lazy revolution around the sky, hovering just above the horizon line, circling the observer like a golden watchman who never sleeps. Imagine the quality of this light. It is not the harsh, bleaching glare of the Mediterranean noon that forces men into the shade of the portico. It is a soft, pervasive radiance, more akin to the golden hour of a late summer afternoon yet sustained indefinitely. It is a light that has lost its aggression but kept its warmth. Because the sun remains low, the angle of illumination casts long, dramatic shadows that rotate slowly around the landscape like the hands of a giant sundial. But these shadows are not pools of darkness. They are merely cooler shades of gold, soft violets, and indigos stretching across the emerald grass. This perpetual illumination has a profound effect on the atmosphere. The air itself seems to be made of amber. Without the cooling cycle of the night, the temperature stabilizes into a perfect, temperate constant. There is no dew, for the earth never cools enough to condense the moisture. There is no morning mist, for there is no sunrise to burn it off. The world exists in a state of suspended animation, a permanent now that refuses to fade into yesterday. The flora of Hyperborea responds to the ceaseless bath of photons with a biological exuberance that defies classification. In a world without night, photosynthesis never stops. We must visualize forests of impossible grandeur, where the trees grow to heights that would shame the cedars of Lebanon. The ancient texts whisper of fruit that never rots and harvests that are always ready. This is the botanical consequence of the unsetting sun. The plants do not have to rush to bloom before the frost. They do not have to store energy for the long dark. They exist in a metabolic overdrive, producing flowers of shocking vibrancy and fruits that are heavy with sugar, swollen by the endless light. The greenery here is not the dark, defensive green of the pine forests we know in the north, but a bright, translucent jade, glowing from within as the sunlight passes through the leaves. For the human inhabitants, or the semi-divine beings who dwell here, this environment dictates a psychology completely alien to our own. We are creatures of the circadian rhythm. Our hormones, our moods, and our fears are regulated by the setting of the sun. We fear the dark because it is the time of the predator. But the Hyperboreans have no concept of night. They have never seen the stars, save for the faint, ghostly glitter of the highest constellations that might pierce the blue zenith. They have never known the drop in temperature that signals the end of the day. As a result, they are a people without the primal anxiety of darkness. Their architecture reflects this: open colonnades, roofless temples, structures designed not to shelter from the elements, but to frame the ever-present light. Sleep in such a land becomes a different biological process. It is not a retreat into unconsciousness brought on by exhaustion and darkness. It is a voluntary trance, a lucid resting, where the body relaxes, but the mind remains gently tethered to the glowing world. The legends suggest that the Hyperboreans did not sleep in our sense of the word. They entered states of quietude, lying in the moss while the sun completed another segment of its circle. They lived in a dream that was indistinguishable from reality because the lighting never changed. The boundary between the waking world and the dream world was erased by the light. This specific solar behavior also explains the ancient designation of the north as the axis mundi, the hinge of the world. To the ancient astronomers who watched the stars rotate around the pole star, the north was the stable center of the universe, while the rest of the celestial sphere was in chaotic motion, rising, setting, changing. The sky over Hyperborea was the calm eye of the storm. The sun's circular path mimicked the perfection of the divine mind. No beginning, no end, just an infinite loop of presence. This is why Apollo, the god of order, felt most at home here. The geometry of the Hyperborean sky was a physical manifestation of his own nature, rational, cyclic, and radiant. Yet there is a haunting quality to this eternal day. A world without sunset is a world without the visual cues of endings. There is no close of day to mark the completion of a task. Time becomes fluid, oceanic. A conversation could last for what we would call days. A song could stretch for a week. Without the punctuation of night, existence flows in a long, unbroken sentence. This is the timelessness the poet spoke of, not a magical halt of the clock, but the removal of the celestial markers that measure the decay of moments. We must also consider the shadowless aspect mentioned in more esoteric traditions. While the low sun casts long shadows, at the very center of the pole, the sacred heart of Hyperborea, some myths claimed the sun stood at the zenith, or that the light was so diffuse, reflecting off the ice walls of the Rippian border, that it eliminated shadow entirely. To walk without a shadow is to be a spirit. In many cultures, the shadow is the soul or the tether to mortality. To be shadowless is to be disentangled from the earth. The Hyperboreans, bathed in this omnidirectional glow, moved across their land like beings of pure light, their physical forms less dense, less opaque than the humans of the south. As we gaze across this landscape of the unsetting sun, we see the rivers shimmering like ribbons of liquid mercury reflecting the sky. We see the great swans gliding through the air, their white feathers blending with the pale brilliance of the atmosphere. It is a vision of intense, overwhelming beauty, but also of a strange, static tension. It is a world held in a breath. The sun refuses to leave, as if it, too, is enamored with the land below, unable to tear its eye away from the perfection it illuminates. This is the atmospheric miracle of the North, a land where the golden hour is not a fleeting moment of photography, but the permanent state of existence. In the heart of this illuminated silence, where the golden hour stretches into an eternity, the air begins to vibrate with a sound that is neither wind nor human voice. It is a low, resonant thrumming that seems to rise from the earth itself, quickly swelling into a chorus of piercing clarity. We turn our gaze upward, shielding our eyes against the pale brilliance of the sky, and we see them. They are descending in great, spiraling clouds, thousands of them. These are the sacred swans of Apollo, the Cygnus musicus, creatures that do not belong to the muddy estuaries of the south, but to the crystal ether of the north. They are immense, their wingspans shadowing the grass below, their feathers gleaming with a whiteness that rivals the snow of the Rippian peaks. But it is not their size that commands the attention of the observer. It is their voice. In the natural world, we know, the swan is a silent creature, saving its cry for the moment of death. But here, in the vitality of the Hyperborean spring, the swans possess the gift of song. They do not honk or hiss, they chant. Their calls are described in the ancient memories as melodious, flute-like, and capable of complex harmonies, weaving together a polyphonic tapestry that rains down from the heavens. They are circling a specific point on the landscape, a structure that defies the rectilinear logic of Greek architecture. There are no pediments here, no rectangular colonnades designed to impose a grid upon the earth. Instead, rising from the center of a sacred grove, stands the spherical temple. This architectural marvel, whispered of by the historian Hecataeus of Abdera, is the spiritual anchor of the Hyperborean civilization. It is a temple dedicated not just to a god, but to the geometry of the cosmos itself. It is open to the sky, a vast roofless rotunda built of a stone so polished that it mirrors the circling sun. Its walls curve gently inward, creating an acoustic chamber of unparalleled sensitivity. The shape is intentional. The sphere is the shape of the world, the shape of the sun, and the shape of the universe. To enter the temple is to step inside a model of the heavens. As the swans descend, they do not scatter like wild birds. They move with the precision of a liturgical procession. They land upon the walls of the temple and in the surrounding precinct, their webbed feet touching the holy ground with reverence. The legends tell us that these birds are the cleaners of the sanctuary. With the broad strokes of their powerful wings, they sweep the dust from the altar and the polished floors, their feathers acting as the brooms of the divine. It is a symbiotic rituals, nature tending to culture, the wild serving the sacred. Inside the temple, the human inhabitants of Hyperborea have gathered. They are the priests and musicians, indistinguishable from one another, for in this land, music is the highest form of prayer. They hold lyres made of tortoise shell and gold, and double flutes carved from the bones of eagles. But they do not begin to play until the swans have taken their places. There is a moment of profound anticipation, a hush where the only sound is the rustle of thousands of folded wings. Then the music begins. It is a collaboration between species. The human musicians strike the chords of the hymn, a slow, rhythmic pulsing that mimics the heartbeat of the earth, and the swans answer. They throw back their long, serpentine necks and release a sound that is terrifying in its beauty, a high silver resonance that blends perfectly with the lower register of the lyres. The ancient writers insisted that the swans never sang out of tune. They possessed an innate understanding of the musical scale, a biological connection to the music of the spheres, that an audible harmony produced by the movement of the planets. Here, in the spherical temple, that cosmic music is made audible. The sound is physical. It vibrates in the chest of anyone standing within the precinct. It is a wall of sound that acts as a shield, keeping the chaotic noises of the lower world at bay. The temple acts as a lens, focusing the sonic energy upward, beaming it toward the unsetting sun. It is said that when the choir of swans and men reaches its crescendo, the light in the temple intensifies, as if the god Apollo is brightening his presence in response to the song. This worship is continuous. Because there is no night, there is no time for vespers or time for matins. The service is a perpetual, rolling wave of melody. Groups of swans take flight to feed on the lakes, replaced immediately by new flocks arriving from the distant mountains. The choir never falls silent. It only changes texture. The humans, too, rotate in shifts, ensuring that the hymn has no beginning and no end. It is an eternal sustain, a note held forever at the top of the world. We must visualize the scene, the gleaming white curve of the temple walls, the golden instruments of the priests, and the sea of white feathers, all bathed in the amber light of the midnight sun. It is a spectacle of unity. In the south, men sacrifice animals to the gods, spilling blood to bridge the gap between the mortal and the divine. In Hyperborea, the animal joins the man in the act of worship. The swan is not a victim, it is a participant. It is a fellow citizen of the sacred city, with a voice and a role in the liturgy. This relationship suggests a profound theological concept that in the Golden Age, the barrier of language between man and beast did not exist or was bridged by music. The swans understand the structure of the hymn. They know when to swell in volume and when to fade into a whisper. They are the familiars of the god, the physical manifestations of his musical will. When Apollo himself is present, playing his great golden lyres in the center of the sphere, the swans circle him in a tight, ecstatic vortex, a whirlwind of white motion around the stationary center of the god. The spherical temple is also a place of prophecy, but not the dark, psalm-murmuring prophecy of the oak trees or the gas-filled chasms of Delphi. Here, the future is read in the flight patterns of the birds and the intervals of their song. It is a harmonic divination. If the swans sing a major third, the omen is joyous. If they shift to a minor mode, the god is pensive. The priests listen with eyes closed, decoding the melody of the universe, translating the bird song into the laws that govern their peaceful society. As we back away from the temple, the sound does not diminish instantly. It travels. In the windless air of Hyperborea, the chant of the swans carries for miles, drifting over the forests and the rivers, a constant, comforting background radiation of holiness. It is the soundtrack of paradise. It reminds every living thing in the valley that the center holds, that the connection to the divine is open, and that as long as the swans are singing, the protection of the Rippean wall will never fail. The section ends with the image of a single swan feather drifting down from the temple wall, spiraling slowly in the still air. It lands not on stone, but on the surface of a river that flows out of the temple precinct, a river that carries the vibration of the music in its current, flowing south, carrying the memory of the song toward the lands of men who have forgotten how to listen. From the echoing spherical acoustics of the Swan Temple, we follow the single drifting feather downward, watching it settle onto the surface of a dark, silent river. This is the Eridanus, the deep and sorrowful waterway that flows from the hidden heart of the north out toward the edges of the human world. It is here along these marshy banks that the ethereal legend of Hyperborea condenses into something solid, something that can be held in the palm of a hand. We leave the realm of pure song and enter the realm of the tangible, seeking the tears of the sun that bind the mythic pole to the markets of the Mediterranean. The ancients believed that this river was the site of a cosmic tragedy. It was here that Phaethon, the reckless son of the sun god, fell from the sky in his father's burning chariot, plunging into the cooling waters to save the earth from incineration. His sisters, the Heliades, gathered on the muddy banks to mourn him. Their grief was so profound, so unmoving in its intensity, that the gods, in a moment of pity and preservation, transformed them into black poplar trees. But their weeping did not cease. As the wind shook their new branches, their tears continued to fall, not as salt water which dissolves and vanishes, but as thick golden resin. These drops hit the cold water of the Eridanus, hardening instantly into stone. This is the mythological genesis of amber, the substance the Greeks called electron. To the ancient mind, amber was not merely a pretty gem. It was a miraculous paradox. It was a stone that burned like wood when cast into the fire. It was a solid that felt warm to the touch, unlike the icy bite of marble or quartz. And most mysteriously, when rubbed against wool or fur, it awoke with a strange, invisible life, pulling small seeds and dust motes toward it, the phenomenon we now know as static electricity, named after the Greek word for the stone itself. To hold a piece of amber was to hold a battery of the sun, a trapped fragment of the Hyperborean light that had survived the long drift south. The reality behind the myth is no less cinematic. We are speaking of the great fossilized forests of the Eocene, vast woodlands of pine and oak that covered the northern latitudes millions of years ago. As these trees bled resin, they trapped the debris of their world, spiders, gnats, seeds, and pollen, encasing them in a golden tomb that would survive the crushing weight of glaciers and the drowning of continents. This fossilized sunshine washes up even today on the lonely gray beaches of the Baltic and North Seas, the true geographical footprint of the Hyperborean borderlands. In the ancient world, this material created a lifeline, the famous Amber Road. It was a trade route that functioned as an artery, pumping the blood of the north into the heart of the south. We must imagine the silence of the extraction. On the gloomy, fog-bound coasts of what is now Jutland or Gdansk, the local tribes, the Gugerni or the Asti, would walk the shoreline after the winter storms. They would find the sea gold tangled in the kelp, glowing dull and orange against the gray sand. To them it was fuel, a strange rock that smelled of pine when burned, useful for heating their huts. They had no concept of the madness it inspired in the palaces of Crete or Mycenae. The journey of the amber is a story of hands. It passed from the calloused, salt-cracked hands of the northern gatherers into the hands of the river traders. It traveled up the Vistula, carried in leather sacks on small, flat-bottomed boats. It crossed the dark, wolf-haunted watershed of the Carpathians, moved down the Danube, and was carried over the Alpine passes by men who wrapped their feet in furs against the biting snow. At every exchange, the price rose. At every border, the story grew. By the time a nodule of clear, honey-colored amber reached the workshops of Thebes or the throat of a Mycenaean queen, it was no longer tree sap. It was a relic of the gods. The archaeological evidence of this connection is staggering in its implications. In the shaft graves of Mycenae, dating back to the Bronze Age, kings were buried with necklaces of amber beads that chemical analysis proves came from the Baltic Sea. In the tomb of Tutankhamun, beneath the burning sands of Egypt, lay scarabs carved from the same northern resin. Think of the distance, thousands of miles of hostile wilderness, tribal warfare, and unknown terrain. Yet the amber moved. It moved because it carried the promise of Hyperborea. For the wealthy Greek or Roman matron, wearing amber was a form of sympathetic magic. It was believed to cure goiter, to ward off madness, and to protect the wearer from the chill of death. Why? Because it was a piece of the undying land. If Hyperborea was a place where death could not enter, then a stone from that land must possess the same immunity. To wear it was to wrap oneself in a small, localized force field of immortality. The transparency of high-quality amber added to its mystique. When one gazes into a polished sphere of sunstone, the light seems to come from within. It captures the sun and holds it. Often, it holds a prisoner, a tiny, perfect fly or a mosquito, suspended in a golden stasis for 40 million years. To the ancient philosopher, this was a revelation. It proved that time could be stopped. It was a physical demonstration of the Hyperborean promise, a living thing caught in a moment of golden light, preserved forever without decay. The insect in the amber was the microscopic equivalent of the ageless Hyperborean in his garden. This trade also shaped the ancient map of the North. The quest for the source of the amber drove the first hesitant explorations. The Phoenicians, master navigators of the secret routes, steered their black ships past the Pillars of Heracles, risking the Atlantic swell to find the Tin Islands and the Amber coasts. They guarded these routes with lies and monsters, spreading rumors of sea serpents and boiling oceans to keep competitors away from the lucrative source. The fog that shrouded the North was maintained not just by the weather, but by the deliberate disinformation of the merchants. But let us return to the sensory experience of the stone itself. Imagine a Roman senator in his villa holding a rough chunk of raw amber that has just arrived from the German frontier. He rubs it with his thumb. It grows warm. He smells it, and suddenly the scent of civilized incense is replaced by the sharp, clean aroma of ancient pine forests, the smell of a world before Rome, before the legions, before the iron plow. It smells of the primeval wild. This olfactory link is crucial. Scent acts as a bypass to the memory and the imagination. The smell of the warmed amber transported the user out of the sweaty, crowded Mediterranean basin and placed them for a fleeting second in the cool, silent cathedrals of the northern woods. It was a sensory hallucination of Hyperborea. The tears of the sun also linked the north to the tragic nature of the divine. If the amber was indeed the tears of the Heliades, then the north was a place of sorrow as well as beauty. But it was a beautiful sorrow, a grief that had been transmuted into something precious. It suggested that in the north, even pain did not rot. It crystallized into gold. It became something that could be treasured and traded. As the centuries wore on, the amber road became a highway of ghosts. Salt, iron, and slaves moved north. Amber, fur, and blonde hair moved south. But the amber remained the supreme currency of the imagination. It was the physical proof that the sun did strange things when it traveled to the Ripon Mountains. It shed its skin. It wept. It left pieces of itself behind in the cold water to comfort humanity in the dark winters of the South. We end this section with the image of a necklace resting on the collarbone of a priestess. The beads are irregular, glowing with an inner fire. Outside the temple, the wind is cold, but the stones against her skin are warm, pulsing with a faint electric charge, a silent, tactile telegram from the land where the sun never sets, waiting to be decoded by the skin of the believer. The golden arrows of the gods and the whispered verses of the poets eventually give way to the creaking of timber and the snap of canvas. In the late 4th century BC, the torch of discovery passed from the hands of dreamers to the calloused, salt-stained hands of a navigator. Pythias of Massalia, a Greek astronomer and geographer from the bustling port we now call Marseille, did not sail north to find a metaphor. He sailed to find the mathematical edge of the world. He was a man of the gnomon and the compass, a scientist who believed that the mysteries of the North could be solved not by sacrifice, but by calculation. Yet in his pursuit of the tangible, He would sail straight into the most surreal vision of the ancient world, witnessing the moment where the ocean itself lost its will to flow. Pythias was a singularity in his time, a poor man without state funding, driven by a hunger for the horizon that defied the insular caution of the Greeks. He slipped past the Carthaginian blockade at the Pillars of Heracles, entering the terrifying vastness of the Atlantic. To the Mediterranean mind, this was the ocean, a chaotic, encircling river that swallowed ships. But Pythias treated it as a highway. He charted the coast of Europe, circumnavigated the tin-rich island of Great Britain, and then, with the prow of his ship pointing toward the pole star, he did the unthinkable. He kept going. He sailed for 6 days north of Britain, entering a region where the familiar rhythms of the day began to break down. He recorded that the barbarian tribes he encountered, the people of the Shetlands, or perhaps the Orkneys, showed him the place where the sun went to sleep for only a few hours. They spoke of a land further north called Thule, an island of fire and ice where the summer day lasted for 24 hours. This was the first geographical hardpoint that aligned with the Hyperborean legend. Thule became the anchor for all future dreams of the North, a tangible location that sat on the doorstep of the impossible. But it was what Pythias found just beyond Thule that froze the blood of the ancient geographers. He did not report a wall of fire or a mountain of gold. He reported a breakdown of physics. He described a phenomenon he called the marine lung, or plumon thaladios. We must try to visualize this through the eyes of a crew accustomed to the wine-dark, fluid waves of the Aegean. As the ship cut through the gray, heavy waters of the extreme north, the sea began to thicken. The distinct boundaries between the elements, the solid earth, the liquid water, and the gaseous air, began to dissolve. Pythias wrote that they encountered a substance that was neither land nor sea nor air, but a mixture of all three. He compared it to the texture of a jellyfish or a sea lung, a gelatinous breathing mass that bound the ocean together. Modern glaciology recognizes this as slush ice or pancake ice, the churning semi-solid soup that forms at the edge of the pack ice, where the ocean swells keep the freezing water from solidifying into a sheet. It heaves and sighs with the motion of the deep currents, creating a sound like a massive, labored breath. But to Pythias, to standing on the pitching deck of his small wooden galley, it looked as if the creation of the world was being undone. It was a return to primordial chaos, a place where the gods had not yet finished separating the firmament from the waters. The marine lung was impassable, on which one can neither walk nor sail, he noted with the dry frustration of a thwarted explorer. It was the ultimate barrier. The griffins of Aristaeus were frightening, but they could be fought. The lung could not be fought. It was a soft, indifferent wall of sludge that simply absorbed any force directed against it. It trapped the ship in a thick, grinding embrace, dampening the waves and swallowing the sound. Here, the silence of the north took on a sinister quality. It was not the musical silence of the Hyperborean temple, but the silence of entropy. It was the quiet of a world that was slowly stopping. The fog that hung over the lung was thick and cold, obscuring the horizon, making it impossible to tell where the gray sea ended and the gray sky began. Pythias stood at the rail, his breath pluming in the freezing air, staring into this white void. He was a man of logic, but he was looking at something that logic could not explain, a horizon that breathed. This encounter profoundly changed the narrative of Hyperborea. It suggested that the paradise was not just guarded by monsters, but insulated by a zone of elemental confusion. The marine lung acted as a cosmic amniotic sac, protecting the gestation of the Holy Land within. To reach the clear, sunlit waters of the Hyperborean garden, one would have to somehow transcend this belt of slush, to cross a region where the very definitions of travel, walking, or sailing became obsolete. Epitheus's report was so alien to the Mediterranean experience that when he returned, he was branded a liar. The sedentary philosophers of Athens and Rome could not conceive of an ocean that acted like a lung or a sun that refused to set. They mocked him, calling his careful measurements of latitude and his descriptions of the midnight sun the fabrications of a charlatan. Strabo, the great Roman geographer, particularly reviled him, dismissing the idea of Thule and the congealed sea as fairy tales. Yet Pythias had brought back something more valuable than amber or tin. He had brought back the latitude of the legend. He had fixed the location of the boundary. By sailing to the edge of the ice pack, he had proven that there was indeed a beyond. He had touched the fence of the garden. He described the inhabitants of Thule as living on a diet of millet and herbs, struggling against the cold, collecting what little honey they could. They were the gatekeepers, living in the shadow of the lung, subsisting on the edge of the habitable world, while the golden land lay just out of reach, hidden behind the fog banks of the congealed sea. The image of the marine lung lingers as one of the most potent symbols of the Hyperborean mystery. It represents the physical limit of human agency. Technology, courage, and seamanship are useless against it. The hull of the ship, designed to cut water, falters in the slush. The foot of the man, designed to tread earth, sinks in the mire. It is a checkpoint that demands a change of state. To pass the lung, one would perhaps need to become like the swan, capable of moving through air and water, or perhaps one would need to leave the body behind entirely. As Pythias turned his ship south, retreating from the heaving, breathing gray sludge, he left the mystery intact. He had verified the silence, the cold, and the strange behavior of the sun. He had drawn the line where the map ended. The lung remained behind him, heaving in the polar twilight, a guardian more effective than any wall of stone, keeping the heat of the Hyperborean spring safe from the chilling scrutiny of the historians. The door was not locked. It was simply dissolved. The wind shifts again, carrying us away from the frozen, heaving slush of the northern ocean and into the stifling, incense-heavy air of the imperial library. We have left the era of Greek exploration and entered the age of Roman authority. It is the 1st century AD, and the world has been conquered, measured, and taxed. Yet amidst the marble columns and the noise of the forum, a single man sits hunched over a sprawling desk, his fingers stained with ink, compiling the sum of all human knowledge. This is Pliny the Elder, a man of immense gravitas and insatiable curiosity, working on his magnum opus, the natural history. To Pliny, the world was a vast inventory of facts, from the habits of bees to the movements of stars. And when his encyclopedic gaze turned north, he did not see a myth. He saw a biological anomaly that challenged the very definitions of life and death. For the Romans, life was a constant struggle against corruption, corruption of the state, corruption of the body, and the inevitable decay of old age. Rome was a city of malaria, of lead pipes, of sudden fevers that burned through the population in the heat of summer. The Roman ideal was sanitas, health, but it was rarely achieved. In this context, Pliny's description of Hyperborea takes on a desperate clinical precision. He strips away some of the poetic haziness of Pindar and presents a vision of a society that has solved the problem of the biological organism. Pliny locates the Hyperboreans with the confidence of a census taker. He places them definitively beyond the Aquilon, the Latin name for the north wind. He explains the physics of their paradise with a kind of meteorological logic. Because they dwell past the origin point of the cold wind, they inhabit a climatic shadow, a pocket of eternal stillness where the atmosphere is not just warm, but aseptic. The air they breathe is described not merely as oxygen, but as a purifying substance, filtered by the Rippian ice until it is free of all miasma and particulate matter. In Pliny's account, the Hyperboreans are a happy race, but the Latin word implies more than fleeting joy. It suggests felicitas, a structural blessedness. Their most defining characteristic is their immunity to discord and disease. In the Roman mind, discord, discordia, and disease, morbus, were linked. One was a sickness of the body politic, the other a sickness of the flesh. The Hyperboreans suffer from neither. They have no lawyers, no courts, and no doctors. Their bodies do not rot from the inside. They have achieved a homeostasis that the feverish Romans could only dream of. Pliny describes their daily existence with a mixture of admiration and anthropological detachment. They live in groves and forests, having rejected the stone walls and crowded tenements that defined Roman civilization. They are an arboreal people, harvesting the products of the trees. This suggests a diet that is purely gathering-based, requiring no slaughter and no agricultural grinding. They are sustained by the voluntary gifts of the earth. It is a vision of the noble savage before the term existed, but refined into a picture of aristocratic leisure. They are not struggling in the mud. They are dining in the shade. But the most startling detail Pliny provides concerns the end of their lives. In a world free from disease, how does one die? For the Roman, death was a thief, stealing life before it was finished, often painfully. For the Hyperborean, death is a menu option. Pliny writes that death comes to them only when they are satiated with life. This concept of satiety is profound. It implies that life is like a banquet. Most humans are dragged away from the table while they are still hungry or while the food is still on their plates. The Hyperborean eats until he is full. He lives for centuries, accumulating wisdom and pleasure until the act of living itself becomes repetitive, a garment that has become too heavy to wear. There is no fear in this, only a calm recognition of completion. When this moment of fullness arrives, the Hyperborean does not take poison or fall on a sword in the Roman fashion. The exit is ritualized and ecstatic. Pliny describes the old ones, crowned with garlands of flowers, enjoying a final, joyous banquet with their friends and family. There is no weeping, for there is no loss. There is only the closing of a circle. After the feast, the satiated individual moves to a specific rock overlooking the sea, with the salt spray rising to meet them and the unsetting sun casting its golden path Across the water, they leap. They commit themselves to the deep, returning their bodies to the elements in a final act of agency. Pliny calls this the happiest kind of burial. It is a suicide of joy, a conscious decision to step off the stage because the play has been perfect and the curtain call is deserved. To the Roman reader, terrified of the underworld and the decay of the grave, this was a provocative image. It suggested that the tragedy of death was not the dying itself, but the lack of control over it. The Hyperboreans controlled their exit. They owned their mortality. They transformed the terrifying plummet into a swan dive of liberation. Pliny also emphasizes the holiness of this race. He mentions that they send their first fruits to Delos, corroborating the old Greek legends, but he adds a layer of administrative detail. He speaks of them as the attendants of Apollo, treating their relationship with the god as a formal office. They are not just worshippers, they are the staff of the divine. Their entire civilization is a temple precinct. This aligns with the Roman respect for priesthood and ritual order. Hyperborea, in Pliny's eyes, is the Vatican of the ancient world, a sovereign state dedicated entirely to the maintenance of sacred joy. He also touches on the geography of the day, confirming the 6-month daylight. But he corrects the ignorant, clarifying that the sun does not rise at the vernal equinox and set at the autumn equinox, merely to leave them in pitch blackness for half the year. He insists on the twilight, the glow, the gleam that sustains them. He is trying to make the physics work, trying to rationalize the paradise. There is a palpable sense of longing in Pliny's text. He was a man of the court and the army, a man who eventually died getting too close to the eruption of Vesuvius because he wanted to understand the smoke. He lived in a world of danger and unpredictability. As he wrote the lines about the disease-free race, living in the woods, breathing the sweet air beyond the north wind, one can imagine him pausing, rubbing his tired eyes, and listening to the coughing of the city outside his window. Hyperborea, for Pliny, was the control group for the experiment of humanity. It was the standard against which the corruption of Rome was measured. It proved that the human body was not designed to suffer, and that the human society was not designed to fight. We had simply lost our way, blown off course by the ill winds of the south. But there, in the silent, amber-lit forests of the north, the original blueprint remained intact, guarded by the ice, waiting for a humanity that had learned when to stop eating and how to jump. As the scroll of history unrolls further, we move from the biological cataloging of Pliny to the sweeping universal vision of Diodorus Siculus. Writing in the 1st century BC, this Sicilian historian sought to compile the entire story of the human race into a single, monumental library of books. When his gaze drifted to the far north, he did not see a vague continental wilderness or a frozen steppe. He saw an island. Diodorus brings a startling specificity to the legend, describing Hyperborea not merely as a land beyond, but as a distinct, bounded landmass situated in the ocean, over against the land of the Celts. It is here, in his accounts, that the dream of the North transforms from a spiritual sanctuary into an agricultural miracle, a place where the earth itself enters into a partnership of impossible generosity with its children. Diodorus describes a land no less in size than Sicily, anchoring the myth in a scale that his Mediterranean audience could understand. But while Sicily was known as the granary of Rome, fed by the sweat of enslaved men and the erratic rains of the south, this northern island operated on a different set of laws. Diodorus introduces us to the concept of the double harvest. In the grinding reality of the ancient world, the harvest was the pivot upon which survival turned. A good harvest meant life. A bad one meant famine. To suggest a land where the earth yielded its bounty and not once, but twice in a single solar cycle was to describe a divine economic impossibility. We must imagine the soil of this island. It is not the rocky, calcified earth of Greece that breaks the plow, nor the sandy loam of the Nile that requires the annual flood. It is deep, black, and inexhaustibly fertile, humming with a subterranean warmth. Diodorus attributes this fecundity to the temperate nature of the climate. The devastating extremes of frost and drought are absent. Instead, the atmosphere holds a constant, nurturing humidity, a generous air that encourages growth with a relentless, gentle pressure. In this environment, the cycle of life is accelerated but not stressed. The grain, barley, wheat, and spelt does not struggle to rise. It bursts from the ground with a vitality that borders on the supernatural. As the first harvest is brought in, the stalks golden and heavy, the earth is already preparing the second wave. There is no fallow period, no winter dormancy, where the land sleeps under a shroud of gray. The Hyperborean farmer does not know the anxiety of the lean months. He lives in a perpetual state of autumn abundance, a world where the granaries are never empty and the scent of threshing never leaves the air. This double harvest shapes the psychology of the inhabitants, a people who do not have to hoard against the winter, who do not have to worry if the rains will come, develop a culture of radical generosity. Diodorus describes the Hyperboreans as being in a state of constant benevolence toward one another. The hoarding of food, the root of so much human conflict, is rendered obsolete by the sheer volume of the yield. The landscape is a cornucopia that never runs dry, and as a result, the society is a reflection of the soil, rich, open, and without defense. But Diodorus adds a layer of astronomical wonder to this agricultural paradise. He writes that the moon is seen from this island to be but a little distance from the earth. This is a haunting cinematic detail. We are asked to visualize the night sky, or rather, the twilight sky, dominated by a lunar orb that is not a distant cold coin, but a massive, looming presence. He claims that the earthy prominences of the moon are visible to the naked eye. The Hyperboreans live in the suburbs of the cosmos, so close to the celestial spheres that they can see the mountains and valleys of the neighboring world without a telescope. This proximity to the heavens facilitates a direct line of communication with the gods. Diodorus reinforces the idea that Apollo is the supreme deity here, but he adds a chronological precision. He speaks of the Metonic cycle, a period of 19 years. The ancients understood that it took 19 years for the sun and moon to return to the same relative positions in the sky. Diodorus tells us that Apollo physically descends to this island exactly once every 19 years, when the stars align. During this epiphany, the god plays the cithara and dances continuously from the vernal equinox until the rising of the Pleiades. The entire island becomes a stage for the divine performance. The double harvest takes on a new meaning here. The land yields grain for the body, while the sky yields the god for the spirit. The 19-year cycle creates a rhythm of anticipation. A child born just after the god's departure would grow to adulthood hearing the stories, preparing for the day when the sky would open and the music would return. It gave time a shape, a long, slow, breathing cycle of presence and absence. Diodorus also focuses on the specialized role of the populace. He notes that the majority of the inhabitants are players on the cithara. This is not a society of warriors or merchants. It is a society of musicians. In a land where the earth does the work of farming, the human energy is liberated for art. The strumming of the harp is the national industry. They chant the praises of the god unceasingly, their songs weaving into the wind that rustles the double crops. The music is the repayment to the earth for its bounty. It is a cycle of exchange. The soil gives wheat, and the people give song. He describes their city, a place sacred to Apollo, and specifically mentions a notable temple which is adorned with many votive offerings and is spherical in shape. Here, Diodorus aligns with the earlier legends, but grounds them in his island geography. This spherical temple, perhaps an echo of the stone circles found in northern Europe, stands as the architectural heart of the abundance. It is the silo of the sacred. The votive offerings are not weapons or spoils of war, but sheaves of the double grain, the golden evidence of the covenant between the land and the sun. There is a particular beauty in Diodorus's vision of the kings of this city. He calls them the Boreades, descendants of Boreas, the north wind. They do not rule by decree or force. They rule by tradition, handing down the authority in a direct line, acting as the conductors of the great national orchestra. Their primary duty is not to tax or to conquer, but to ensure that the praise of the god never falters, that the music continues to flow, ensuring that the harvest continues to grow. As we stand in the fields of Diodorus's Hyperborea, the sensation is one of overwhelming ripeness. The air smells of yeast and honey. The moon hangs huge and textured above the horizon, a silent witness to the plenty below. We see a people who have been liberated from the curse of Adam, the curse of toil. They do not wrestle their bread from the ground. They accept it as a gift. The section closes with the image of a Hyperborean musician standing waist deep in a field of wheat that is ready for the sickle. He is not cutting the grain. He is playing his lyre, tuning his instrument to the hum of the wind in the stalks. Behind him, the green shoots of the next crop are already pushing through the soil, impatient to be born. In this land, life is so eager to exist that it overlaps with itself, a cascade of gold that never stops falling. The golden light of the Mediterranean imagination begins to diffuse as we travel further west, encountering a weather system that is as much spiritual as it is meteorological. The crisp, geometric shadows of the Greek porticos dissolve into the soft, pervasive dampness of the Atlantic fringe. We have left the realm of the olive and the cypress and entered the kingdom of the oak, the yew, and the heather. Here in the ancient mist-shrouded islands that we now know as Britain and Ireland, the legend of Hyperborea does not die. It undergoes a profound transmutation. It sheds its solar brilliance and wraps itself in the gray cloak of the Druid, merging with the local memories of a world that lies just beyond the edge of the sea. As the Roman legions push their way through the dense terrifying forests of Gaul and stood on the cliffs looking across the channel to Britannia, they brought their library of myths with them. To the classical mind, looking for a physical location for their stories, the British Isles presented a tempting candidate for the Hyperborean homeland. Here was a land located in the extreme north of the known world, an island detached from the continent, possessed of a strange, temperate climate where the grass remained green through the winter. The geography fit the template set by Diodorus so perfectly that the lines between the Greek texts and the Celtic reality began to blur. The primary agents of this merger were the Druids. In the eyes of the ancient geographers, these white-robed priests, moving solemnly through the groves of sacred oak, were the obvious counterparts to the Hyperborean servants of Apollo. The Greeks worshipped the sun. The Celts worshipped the great turning wheel of the seasons, and the fire gods like Belenus, whom the Romans quickly identified as a local mask for Apollo. The synchronization was elegant and inevitable. The priests of the Boreads became the druids of the circle, guardians of a wisdom that was sung rather than written, preserved in the vast invisible libraries of their memory, just as the Hyperborean hymns were preserved by the swans. It is here that Diodorus's mention of the spherical temple finds its most haunting physical echo. When the ancient travelers encountered the great stone circles of the north, Stonehenge, Avebury, Callanish, standing silent and imposing on the windswept moors, they saw the realization of the legend. These were not roofed temples, dark and enclosed like the shrines of Rome. They were open to the sky, circular, designed to track the movements of the sun and moon with mathematical precision. To stand inside the ring of Stonehenge at the winter solstice, watching the sun set exactly between the uprights of the great trilithon, was to witness the Hyperborean function of the architecture, a machine built to anchor the sun to the earth. The atmosphere of these northern isles added a layer of mystery that the bright, shadowless north of the poets lacked. This was a land of Celtic mist, a phenomenon where the veil between the worlds was believed to be thin. In the Celtic tradition, the otherworld, the Tir na Nog, land of youth, or Mag Mell, plain of delight, was not a distant continent located across a frozen ocean. It was right here, superimposed over the mundane landscape, accessible only through the sudden shifting of the fog or the crossing of water. The Hyperborean ideal of agelessness found a perfect home in these legends. The Celts told stories of heroes like Oisin or Bran who sailed west or walked into the fairy mounds to find a land where time had no purchase, where 100 years passed like a single afternoon of hunting and feasting. The fusion of these two mythologies created a landscape of intense, melancholy beauty. We must imagine the rocky headlands of the Hebrides, where the gray Atlantic rollers crash against the black basalt. In the Greek mind, this was the edge of the river Oceanus. In the Celtic mind, it was the jumping-off point for the Blessed Isles. The soundscape changes here. The singing of the swans is replaced by the cry of the gannet and the curlew, and the tuneful lyre becomes the wire-strung harp, playing music that mimics the rising and falling of the wind. The Garden of Apollo became the Apple Island of Avalon. The etymological drift is poetic, from the sun god's sanctuary to the orchard of the west. Yet the core promise remained identical, a place where the wound does not fester, where the king does not die but merely sleeps, and where the harvest is eternal. The golden apples of the Hesperides and the Hyperborean offerings, wrapped in straw, are thematically braided together with the silver bow of the Celtic voyager, a passport to the undying lands. There is a tangible archaeological resonance to this connection. We know that trade routes existed. Tin from Cornwall traveled the same rivers as the amber from the Baltic. The peoples of the north were not isolated. They were part of a vast whispered conversation. When a Greek traveler heard of the Hyperborean lands, where the sun barely set in summer, and then traveled to the Orkneys to see the simmer dim, the twilight that lasts all night long in midsummer, the myth was validated by the horizon itself. The sun dipped to skimmed the water and rose again, just as the old scrolls promised. But the Celtic interpretation added a layer of water to the fire of the Greek myth. The Hyperborea of the north was a land of dry, sunlit clarity. The Hyperborea of the west was a land of water, mist, and glass. The legends speak of islands supported by 4 pillars of glass rising from the sea, or underwater kingdoms where the roofs were thatched with bird wings. The marine lung of Pythias, that sludge of ice and water, is transformed in the Celtic imagination into a magical sea that might appear solid to the faithless but permeable to the chosen. The Druidic influence also shifted the focus from the sky to the earth. The Hyperboreans were sky watchers. The Druids were earth listeners. They believed the spirit of the divine resided in the trees, the wells, and the stones. The land beyond the north wind became a land within the wind, a place where the spiritual current flowed through the very veins of the landscape. The Riphean Mountains were no longer a distant barrier of ice, but the green, rolling hills of the Hollow Hills, inside of which the gods waited. We can picture a moment of syncretism, a Roman scholar standing before a druid in a grove of ancient yews. The Roman asks about Hyperborea, about the land of Apollo. The druid points not north, but west, toward the setting sun and the vast ocean. He speaks not of a garden, but of an island hidden in a magic mist, Fethfiata, an invisibility cloak that hides the sacred from the profane. He explains that the golden age is not lost in the past, but hidden in the parallel present, accessible to those who know the songs that can part the curtain of the air. As the classical world slowly crumbled and the lamps of the empire went out, this Celtic Hyperborean hybrid survived in the monasteries of Ireland and the halls of the Welsh bards. The specific coordinates of the Greek north were lost, but the feeling of the place, the green, rainy, ageless paradise located just off the map, persisted. It retreated into the fog. It became the subject of the Imram, the voyage tales where monks and heroes sailed into the unknown to find the land of promise. The section ends with the image of a small, skin-covered boat, a coracle, pushing off from a stony beach into a wall of white sea fog. The rower stops paddling and listens. He does not hear the wind, for he has passed beyond it. He hears the faint, rhythmic ringing of a bell, perhaps from a spherical temple, perhaps from a glass tower, signaling that the island of the blessed is near. The map has dissolved, but the direction remains true, always north, always west, always away from the sorrow of the known world. The mist that shrouded the Celtic Isles slowly hardens into the cracked, yellowed surface of parchment. We leave the open ocean and the oral traditions of the bards to enter the silent, candlelit scriptoriums of medieval Europe. Here, in the centuries that followed the collapse of Rome, the memory of Hyperborea did not vanish. It was captured by the quill and forced onto the two-dimensional plane of the Mappa Mundi. But this was a new kind of geography, a sacred cartography, where the coordinates were determined not by latitude and longitude, but by theology and fear. The mapmakers of the Middle Ages were struggling to draw the impossible. They were attempting to reconcile the physical world they walked upon with the spiritual world they believed in. In the medieval worldview, the map was not a tool for navigation. It was an encyclopedia of history and salvation. The standard TO maps depicted the world as a circle divided by a T-shaped body of water, placing Jerusalem at the absolute center, the navel of the suffering earth. But as the monk's eye traveled from the center toward the edges, certainty began to dissolve. The known world ended long before the parchment did. The cartographer was left with a terrifying ring of empty space, the horror vacuis that surrounded the order of Christendom. He could not leave it blank, for a blank space implied a void where God's creation was absent, and so he began to fill it with the fragments of ancient dreams. The North presented a unique theological paradox. The Bible offered conflicting reports. The prophet Jeremiah had warned, "Out of the north an evil shall break forth upon all the inhabitants of the land," cementing the north as the direction of darkness, the seat of Satan, and the home of the apocalyptic tribes of Gog and Magog. Yet the book of Isaiah whispered of a different north. "I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north." This suggested that the summit of the world was the dwelling place of the Most High. Caught between these two visions, the north as Hell's gate and the north as heaven's throne, the medieval cartographer resurrected the ghost of Hyperborea to solve the problem. The legend of the happy people beyond the wind offered a counterbalance to the terrors of the darker myths. It allowed the mapmaker to place a pinprick of light in the overwhelming shadow of the polar regions. On many of these intricate, chaotic maps, we see the struggle to visualize this polarity. The Hyperborean mountains, the Ripias, are often drawn as a serrated red wall, a jagged scar across the top of the world. They are the claustra, the enclosure. Behind them, the ink changes. The frantic, crowded drawings of cities and monsters that populate the known world give way to a strange, orderly emptiness. Sometimes, the cartographer would simply write terra inhabitabilis, uninhabitable land, due to the cold. But often, driven by the persistent memory of the Golden Age, they would draw a small enclosed garden. This is the moment where Hyperborea begins to merge with the earthly paradise, the Garden of Eden. Originally, Eden was placed in the extreme east, at the top of the map, since east was oriented upward. But as travelers pushed further east and found only spices, silk, and more humans, the location of the garden had to migrate. It needed a place that was physically on Earth, yet inaccessible to fallen man. The North Pole, guarded by ice, wind, and the congealed sea, became a perfect candidate. We must imagine the monk dipping his quill into the iron gall ink, hesitating. He sketches a circle at the very top of the parchment. Inside, he draws 4 rivers flowing outward from a central source, the biblical rivers of Pison, Gihon, Hiddekel, and Euphrates. But he places them in the frozen north, conflating the biblical hydrology with the ancient Greek idea of the Eridanus and the northern waters. He draws trees that look like palms or pines, symbols of the wood of life. He is drawing a theology of preservation. If the garden still exists, it must be here, locked away in the fortress of the north, preserved by the very ice that kills intruders. The cartography of this era is filled with Plinian monsters that act as the border guards of this sacred space. We see the Seapodes, men with one giant foot who shade themselves from the sun, the Blemmy, headless men with faces in their chests, and the Cynocephali, the dog-headed races. These grotesques are usually clustered just south of the mountain wall. They represent the degeneration of the form as one moves away from the center of civilization. But they also serve as a warning. The path to the pristine north is blocked by the monstrous. The beautiful body of the Hyperborean is protected by the distorted body of the beast. There is a profound silence in these maps. Unlike modern maps, which shout with data and contour lines, the medieval map whispers. The empty white space at the pole is heavy with implication. It suggests that the world has a secret attic, a room that has been sealed off. The Polus Arcticus is not depicted as a point, but as a region, a zone. In some manuscripts, we see references to the indrawing seas, a belief that the oceans of the world did not just sit static, but rushed northward with terrifying speed, pouring down a great drain at the pole into the bowels of the earth. This concept of the magnetic mountain or the black rock began to percolate in the medieval imagination, a prelude to later discoveries. Sailors whispered of a rock in the north so magnetic it would pull the iron nails right out of a ship's hull, dissolving the vessel into driftwood. This was a folk explanation for why no one returned. It was not just the cold, it was the attractive force of the pole itself. The mapmakers interpreted this as a physical law of attraction that mirrored the spiritual attraction. Just as the soul longs for God, the compass needle longs for the north. Therefore, the north must be the location of the ultimate reality. One specific example, the Hereford Mappa Mundi, c. 1300, vividly illustrates this crowded, anxious worldview. Near the edges, the world becomes a freak show of the unknown, but the very existence of the edge implies a limit. The medieval mind found comfort in the idea that the world was enclosed, that there was a wall at the end of the universe. Hyperborea was the garden just inside the wall. It was the last stop before the firmament. The cartography of the impossible was an exercise in hope. In a Europe ravaged by the Black Death, by the 100 Years' War, and by the little ice age that was beginning to freeze the crops, the mapmaker needed to believe that there was a place where the harvest never failed. He needed to believe that the Hyperboreans were real, even if he renamed them or dressed them in the robes of the blessed. By drawing the garden on the map, he made it real. He gave it a coordinate. He gave the viewer a direction in which to pray, or at least a direction in which to dream. As the ink dries on the vellum, a strange thing happens. The map does not verify the world, it enchants it. The North Pole becomes a place of immense magnetic and spiritual power, a dark star on the horizon of the medieval mind. It is no longer just the source of the wind, it is the hiding place of the beginning of the world. The monk lays down his quill, the candle gutters, and the shadows stretch across the room, pointing inevitably toward the north. As the candle smoke of the medieval scriptorium clears, we step into the crispest, sharp light of the 16th century. The smell of old vellum and monastic dampness is replaced by the acrid scent of acid etching copper and the heavy oil-based ink of the printing press. We are in Duisburg, in the workshop of Gerardus Mercator, the man who would flatten the globe and impose a mathematical grid upon the chaos of the earth. Here, in the age of exploration, where the edges of the world were being filled in by the reports of captains and conquistadors, the legend of Hyperborea did not vanish under the scrutiny of science. Instead, it was given its most precise, most geometric, and perhaps its most haunting definition. Mercator is famous for his projection, the grid of latitude and longitude that allowed sailors to draw a straight line on a curved earth. But when he turned his eyes to the Arctic, to the great blank space that crowned his masterpiece, he did not leave it empty. He reached back into the lost libraries of the past, retrieving a vision that was equal parts geology and theology. In 1569, and later in a dedicated map of the Arctic in 1595, he drew the North Pole not as a sea of ice, but as a complex functioning machine of land and water. We must look closely at this map, the Septentrionalium Terrarum Descriptio. It is a circle of startling symmetry. At the very center, marking the axis of the planet, Mercator placed a colossal rock. He called it the Rups Nigra, the Black Rock. It was a magnetic mountain rising 33 leagues into the air, so high that its summit was lost in the clouds, a dark needle pinning the world in place. This was the explanation for the compass. Why did the magnetic needle always seek the north? It was not an abstract force. It was a physical attraction. The needle was longing for the mountain. It was straining against its glass case, trying to fly across the curve of the earth to cling to that massive lodestone in the center of the eternal ice. Surrounding this black monolith was a churning, violent ring of water, a central sea that acted as a drain for the world's oceans. And encircling this sea were 4 great land masses, arranged like the petals of a flower or the quadrants of a cross. These were the Hyperborean continents. Mercator described them as being separated by 4 narrow channels, through which the oceans of the world poured with terrifying force. He wrote that the water rushed inward without ceasing, driven by a momentum that no ship could resist. It was a hydraulic system on a planetary scale. The waters flowed north, gathered speed in the 4 channels, and then plunged into the central abyss beneath the black rock, returning to the bowels of the earth to be recirculated. This vision of the north was not a silent garden of sleeping swans. It was a place of roar and motion. It was a maelstrom. Yet the 4 islands themselves were described with the familiar attributes of the ancient paradise. They were the best and healthiest lands. The climate, despite the latitude, was habitable. Mercator, following the breadcrumbs of the ancients, believed that the indrawing seas created a friction or a circulation that generated heat, or perhaps the sheer strangeness of the pole suspended the laws of winter. One of the most fascinating details of Mercator's map is the caption inscribed on the landmass located north of Europe. He identifies it as the home of pygmies, whose length is 4 feet. This is a strange echo of the classical monsters, but in Mercator's meticulous hand, it feels like an anthropological observation. These were not the one-eyed men of the Scythian steppe. These were the Skraelings of the Norse sagas, the Inuit or Lapps encountered by the Vikings, filtered through centuries of misunderstanding until they became a distinct race of small stature living in the shadow of the magnetic mountain. But where did Mercator, a man of science who corresponded with the greatest minds of his age, get this specific geometry? The answer lies in a ghost book, a lost manuscript that haunts the history of polar exploration, the Inventio Fortunata. The story goes that in the 14th century, a Franciscan friar from Oxford, a mathematician and astronomer, traveled north using his astrolabe to chart the unknown. He ventured further than anyone before him, reaching the actual pole. He described the Black Rock, the 4 whirlpools, and the 4 continents. He presented his book to the King of England, Edward III. The book subsequently vanished, eaten by time and fire. But a summary of it survived in the journals of another traveler, Jacobus Canoian, which Mercator had read. It is a game of whispers played across centuries. Mercator was trying to honor the observation of a witness he respected. He was trying to reconcile the science of the friar with the blank space on his table. The result is a map that looks like a mandala. It is a perfect fusion of the medieval desire for symmetry and the Renaissance desire for precision. The existence of these 4 lands provided a powerful motivation for the explorers of the Elizabethan age. When Martin Frobisher and John Davis set sail for the Northwest Passage, they were not sailing into a void. They were sailing into Mercator's geography. They were looking for the gaps between the islands. They believed that if they could navigate the outer ice, they would find the open water of the channels. They feared the indrawing seas that would suck them toward the Black Rock, but they also hoped for the temperate lands that lay between the rivers. There is a tragic beauty in this. The explorers were freezing to death, their rigging coated in inches of ice, their men dying of scurvy, while their maps told them that just a little further north lay a land of mild air and short people. The Hyperborean promise was now a cartographic error that lured men to their doom. The map was a siren song printed on paper. Mercator's vision also reinforced the idea of the North as a place of isolation. The 4 rivers made the central lands accessible only to those who knew the secret of the currents. It was a natural fortress. The Rups Nigra stood as the ultimate watchtower, a dark, silent sentinel that saw everything but said nothing. It was the pivot of the heavens, the point around which the stars turned, and the physical anchor of the Earth's magnetic soul. The aesthetic of the map itself contributes to the legend. In the 1595 Atlas, the Arctic map is framed by elegant scrollwork. The lands are outlined in delicate color, pale yellows and greens, hinting at vegetation. The sea is textured with stippling to suggest the turbulence of the water. It is a work of art that invites the viewer to step inside. It makes the impossible look plausible. It says, "Here is the rock, here are the rivers, here are the pygmies. It is as real as London or Antwerp." For the Renaissance scholar, staring at this map in the quiet of his study, the North Pole was a resolved question. It was not a mystery. It was a machine. The Earth had a structure, and that structure included a magnetic heart and a circulatory system of waters. The land beyond the north wind had become the land around the Black Rock. The soft, golden light of Apollo had been replaced by the invisible, tugging force of magnetism. Yet the emotional core remains the same. It is still a center. It is still a place apart. Mercator's map preserved the sacred geometry of the North for another 200 years, keeping the dream alive through the sheer authority of his name. He gave the myth a shape that could be measured, even if it couldn't be found. He built a cathedral of ink and paper over the grave of the Hyperborean legend, ensuring that even as the world became modern, the North remained ancient, magical, and terrifyingly symmetrical. The section closes with the image of a compass needle in a brass casing, sitting on a wooden table in a ship's cabin. The ship pitches in the Atlantic swell, but the needle remains steady, pointing relentlessly toward the dark, imagined mountain at the top of the world, vibrating with a connection that transcends the map, pulling the ship toward the black rock and the four rushing rivers of the mind. The ink on Mercator's great chart dries, fixing the North Pole as a place of magnetic mountains and rushing waters. But as the 17th century dawns, the quest for Hyperborea shifts from the eye to the ear. The explorers had sought a land, the scholars now sought a voice. In the candlelit libraries of the Renaissance, a new and profound silence had fallen, the silence of the confusion of tongues. Warkiam men of learning were haunted by the biblical shadow of the Tower of Babel, the moment when humanity lost the lingua adamica, the perfect original language spoken by Adam in the Garden of Eden. This was the language that did not merely describe the world, but commanded it, a tongue where the word for light contained the very essence of luminosity. If Hyperborea was indeed the preserver of the Golden Age, the scholars reasoned, then the Hyperboreans must still speak this lost, magical dialect. The compass needle pointed north, and so too did the philologists. They turned their backs on the soft, Romance languages of the South, the corrupted, decorative tongues of the Mediterranean, and looked toward the harsh, guttural sounds of the Scandinavian peninsula. Here, amidst the granite and the snow, they believed the echo of the primeval speech had survived, frozen in time, like the insects in the amber. The giant of this intellectual obsession was Olos Rudbeck, a man of boundless energy and terrifying intellect. Rudbeck was a professor of medicine at Uppsala University in Sweden. He was not content to merely study history. He intended to rewrite the architecture of reality. In his massive 4-volume work, Atlantica, or Atland, Rudbeck laid out a thesis that was as magnificent as it was audacious. Sweden was not a frozen outpost of civilization. It was the fountainhead. It was Atlantis. It was Hyperborea. And consequently, the Swedish language, specifically the ancient dialect locked in the runestones, was the mother of all human speech, the direct descendant of the language of God. We must visualize Rudbeck in his study during the long, crushing darkness of the Swedish winter. The wind howls outside, rattling the leaded glass panes, piling snow against the timber walls. Inside, the room is a fortress of warmth, smelled of beeswax candles, old leather, and the dust of centuries. Rudbeck sits surrounded by maps, Hebrew lexicons, and sketches of Viking burial mounds. He is performing a linguistic autopsy. He compares the Hebrew alphabet with the Norse runes, finding shapes that rhyme, sounds that echo. To his enchanted eye, the connection is obvious. The patriarch Japheth, son of Noah, had migrated north immediately after the flood, settling in the Scandinavian lands before the construction of Babel. Therefore, the people of the north had missed the curse. While the rest of the world babbled in confusion, the Hyperboreans continued to speak the truth. Rudbeck argued that the classical myths were not Greek in origin, but Swedish. Apollo was not a son of Zeus. He was a memory of the northern sun. The Hesperides were not in the west. They were the orchards of the north. He measured the ancient burial mounds of old Uppsala, convinced he was measuring the geometry of the original Temple of Solomon or the citadel of the Hyperboreans. Every stone, every root word, was evidence of a primordial grandeur that had been forgotten by the arrogant South. The investigation into the runes took on a mystical quality. These angular, jagged marks, carved into the Boda stones that dotted the Swedish countryside, were seen not just as an alphabet, but as a system of power. Unlike the flowing cursive scripts of the South, designed for the pen and the parchment, the runes were designed for the chisel and the rock. They were vertical, hard, and unyielding. They looked like the trees of the northern forest, stripped of their leaves. To the Renaissance searcher, this visual starkness was proof of their antiquity. This was a language of essential forms, a code that had not been softened by luxury. When a scholar read the runes, Futhark, he felt he was vibrating the air with the same frequencies used by the first men. The sounds were breathy, filled with the H of the wind and the AES of the sea. It was the Ursprache, the proto-language. Scholars like Rudbeck believed that if one could master this tongue, one could unlock the secrets of nature that had been lost since the expulsion from Eden. To speak Hyperborean was to speak to the atoms of the world directly. This era of the Gothic Renaissance saw a feverish attempt to remap the intellectual history of Europe. The Goths, once reviled as the destroyers of Rome, were rehabilitated as the noble ancestors, the bearers of the Hyperborean torch. The Vagina Gentium, the womb of nations, was located here in the north. Civilization had not flowed up from the Mediterranean. It had flowed down from the ice, like the meltwater of the glaciers. Sensory details of this period are rich with the tension between the cold exterior and the fiery interior of the mind. Imagine the sound of the quill scratching furiously on parchment as Rudbeck connects a Swedish word like ice, to the Egyptian goddess Isis, weaving a web of false cognates that felt in the moment like divine revelation. He worked with a desperate speed, as if he were racing against the encroaching dark. And indeed, tragedy struck. In 1702, a great fire swept through Uppsala, consuming much of Rudbeck's work, his collections, and his wooden models of the ancient past. The story goes that the old man stood on the roof of the university building, shouting directions to the bucket brigades, trying to save the paper memory of Hyperborea, while the flames ate the reality of his city. But the fire could not burn the idea. The search for the primeval language planted a deep seed in the European consciousness. It romanticized the North. It suggested that truth was cold. It implied that as one moved south into the heat and the humidity, language became corrupt, lazy, and deceitful. But in the cold, clear air of the pole, language remained crystallized and pure. The legacy of this linguistic quest is a haunting sense that the words we use today are merely broken fragments of a shattered vase. The scholars looked at the barbaric north and saw a sophistication that predated Rome. They listened to the peasants speaking their heavy dialects in the fields of Dalarna and heard the voices of the Boreads. They believed that if they could just scrub away the grime of history, The runestones would begin to sing the hymns of Apollo. The Hyperborean language was never found, of course. Modern linguistics would later tear Rudbeck's theories apart, revealing them to be a patriotic fantasy. But for a moment, in the high-ceilinged rooms of the 17th century, the world was upside down. The periphery was the center. The silence of the snow was the loudest voice in history. The scholar, rubbing his tired eyes, would look out the window at the aurora borealis, the northern dawn, and see not magnetic storms, but the letters of fire written by the ancestors, a celestial script that hung over the roof of the world, waiting for a reader who knew the grammar of the divine. The scent of old parchment and the mystic fervor of the Swedish Gothic revival fade, replaced by the crisp, rational aroma of coffee and the rustle of silk in the salons of 18th century Paris. We have entered the Enlightenment, a time when the shadows of the past were being chased away by the bright, merciless light of reason. The gods were retreating, but the legend of Hyperborea did not follow them into exile. Instead, it put on a wig and a waistcoat, transforming itself from a theological mystery into a scientific hypothesis. In the hands of the philosophe, the Garden of Apollo became a problem of thermodynamics. The intellectual landscape was dominated by a new, terrifying realization. The Earth was not static. It was cooling. The great naturalist, the Comte de Buffon, had performed experiments in the Jardin des Plantes, heating iron spheres to white-hot intensity and timing how long they took to cool. Extrapolating this to the size of the planet, he proposed that the Earth had once been a molten, luminous ball, a fragment of the sun itself. As it spun in the cold void, it began to crust over, losing its primordial heat. This theory, the epics of nature, revolutionized the geography of the past. If the Earth was cooling from the outside in, logic dictated that the equator would have been a burning hellscape long after the rest of the planet became habitable. The only place where life could have gained a foothold in the deep, steaming antiquity of the world was at the points furthest from the fiery center and most exposed to the cold of space, the poles. Suddenly, the North Pole was not the frozen wasteland of the present, but the tropical cradle of the past. The rationalists looked at the map and saw a lost epoch. They envisioned a time when Spitsbergen and Greenland were lush, verdant paradises, bathed in the gentle warmth of the residual ground heat and the soft, continuous light of the unsetting sun. The Hyperborean legend was no longer a fairy tale about flying monks or singing swans. It was a racial memory of the first habitable zone. The champion of this daring theory was Jean-Sylvain Bailly, a celebrated astronomer and the future mayor of Paris. Bailly was a man of the telescope and the calculation, a friend of Voltaire and a pillar of the Academy of Sciences. Yet, in his letters to Voltaire, he laid out a vision of the ancient world that was as romantic as any poet's dream. He argued that the Atlanteans and the Hyperboreans were the same people, the original high civilization of humanity that had flourished at the North Pole before the ice came. Bailly's Polar Paradise was a masterpiece of deductive reasoning. He pointed to the discoveries of elephant bones, mammoths, in the frozen mud of Siberia. How could elephants, creatures of the hot sun, have lived in the tundra unless the tundra was once a jungle? He pointed to the coal seams found in the high north, the fossilized remains of giant ferns and tropical trees. The earth itself was testifying to a warm past. In Bai's narrative, the Golden Age was simply the climatological window when the north was temperate. The long life of the biblical patriarchs and the Hyperboreans was explained by the stable environment. Without the rapid fluctuations of day and night, without the shock of winter storms, the human organism decayed more slowly. The perpetual spring of the poets was not a metaphor. It was a literal description of the polar climate before the planetary cooling advanced too far. We must imagine the visual texture of this Enlightenment Hyperborea. It is an orderly, classical landscape. The inhabitants are not ecstatic shamans or wild druids. They are the first astronomers, the first geometers. They build great observatories to track the strange, circular movements of the stars at the zenith. They are the inventors of the arts and sciences, living in a benevolent philosopher kingdom. Bali argued that all the wisdom of the East, of India, Egypt, and China, was merely the debris of this northern knowledge, carried south by refugees fleeing the encroaching cold, because the cold was coming. The tragedy of the Enlightenment model is the inevitability of the fall. It was not a sin that destroyed Hyperborea. It was physics. As the Earth continued to cool, the temperate zone moved inevitably southward, like a ring of life sliding down the globe. The poles, once the garden, became the freezer. The tropical forests withered, turning into the coal beds that would fuel the Industrial Revolution. The great elephants lay down in the mud and died to be covered by the permafrost. Bailey describes the Great Migration with a somber majesty. The Hyperboreans, shivering in the new winds, packed their instruments and their scrolls. They abandoned their spherical temples to the ice. They moved south, into the Caucasus, into the Himalayas, bringing with them the memories of the long day and the mountain of the world. This, Bailey argued, was why every culture remembered a paradise in the north. It was not a myth. It was a history. We were all displaced Hyperboreans, yearning for a home that had physically frozen over. The correspondence between Bailey and Voltaire reveals the tension between the old skepticism and the new romantic science. Voltaire, the arch-cynic, was charmed but unconvinced. He joked about the cold, writing from his estate near the Alps, teasing Bailey about his warm fantasies. But Bailey held firm. To him, the specific movements of the planet, the axial tilt, the cooling crust, aligned too perfectly with the ancient texts to be a coincidence. The phoenix, the bird that is born from fire and dies in ash, was the symbol of the polar civilization that was born in the Earth's heat and died in the Earth's ice. There is a profound melancholy in this vision. It strips the supernatural protection from the land. Hyperborea is not hidden by magic. It is destroyed by time. It suggests that the Golden Age is truly gone, buried under miles of glacial ice, inaccessible not because we are unworthy, but because the environment that supported it has vanished. The garden is now a tomb. Yet, for the refined ladies and gentlemen of the 18th century, sipping their coffee in the drawing rooms of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, this theory was intoxicating. It connected them to a noble ancestry. It made the terrifying emptiness of the Arctic legible. It was a scientific justification for the feeling of loss that haunts the human condition. We miss the North because we were born there, in the infancy of the species, before the winter set in. Bailey himself would meet a tragic end. dying not in the snow, but under the blade of the guillotine during the terror of the French Revolution. But his idea, the Atlantis of the North, survived him. It planted a seed that would grow into strange and dark shapes in the centuries to come. It taught the West to look at the ice cap and see a palimpsest, a white page written over a green memory. The section fades on the image of a brass telescope sitting in a window in Paris, pointed north. Through the lens, we do not see the stars, but a mental projection, a vision of a palm tree standing defiant against a gray sky, the first snowflake of the eternal winter landing on its broad green leaf, marking the precise second when history began and paradise ended. The gas lamps of the Enlightenment flicker and fade, replaced by the heavy, velvet-draped interiors of the Victorian study. It is the late 19th century, an age obsessed with beginnings. Darwin has shattered the old certainties of creation, leaving humanity adrift in a godless timeline of struggle and survival. But in the vacuum left by the retreating tides of biblical literalism, a new and desperate mythology begins to take root. It is not a search for a garden of delight, but a search for a pedigree. The scholars of this era, clad in stiff collars and surrounded by fossil specimens, turn their eyes north once again, seeking not just a lost civilization, but the biological womb of mankind itself. We find ourselves in Boston, in the refined atmosphere of Boston University, where the respected president, William Fairfield Warren, is composing a work that will become the cornerstone of this new polar longing. His book, published in 1885, bears the confident, sweeping title, Paradise Found, the Cradle of the Human Race at the North Pole. To the modern ear, the title sounds like the fantasy of a pulp novelist. But Warren was a man of immense erudition, a scholar of comparative mythology and ancient cosmology. He looked at the chaotic map of human migration, at the scattered myths of the Hindus, the Persians, the Greeks, and the Chinese, and he saw a pattern that pointed to a single, unifying origin point. He argued that the Garden of Eden, the Hindu Mount Meru, the Iranian Ariana Vallejo, and the Greek Hyperborea were all dim memories of the same geographical location. They were not separate myths. They were the fractured reflections of a singular ancestral truth. Warren's vision of the North Pole was a polocentric masterpiece. He asked his readers to visualize the Earth not as a flat map, but as a globe. If one traces the spine of the continents, the great mountain chains of the Americas and Eurasia, they all seem to radiate downward from the Arctic Circle like the ribs of a great umbrella. He proposed that in the deep, pre-glacial past, there existed a circumpolar continent, a massive, continuous ring of land that crowned the top of the world. This was the mother region, the biological nursery where the human species had evolved or been created. The atmosphere of Warren's Hyperborea is one of dignified primeval perfection. He utilized the same cooling earth theories as Bailey, but added a layer of Victorian biological determinism. In this polar continent, the conditions for life were optimal. The long day of the pole, with its months of continuous light, acted as a greenhouse, stimulating a biological vitality that the modern world has lost. The first humans, the Hyperboreans, were not savages. They were beings of immense stature and longevity, their bodies perfectly attuned to the cosmic center of the planet. Warren placed great emphasis on the astronomical uniqueness of the pole. He argued that the ancient descriptions of paradise, where the stars never set, where the sun moves in a horizontal circle, and where the pillar of heaven supports the sky, could only be physically experienced at the North Pole. Therefore, when the ancient texts spoke of these things, they were not using metaphors. They were recording the literal astronomical observations of our ancestors. The axis mundi, the world tree, the holy mountain, these were memories of the actual geographic North Pole, the pivot point of the heavens. But the engine of this story is tragedy. The Victorian mind was haunted by the idea of the fall, and Warren provided a geological mechanism for the expulsion from Eden. The deluge was not a rainstorm, it was the Ice Age. As the global climate shifted, the great polar winter began to descend. The mother region, once lush with palm and fern, was slowly strangled by the encroaching glaciers. The darkness, which had once been a gentle twilight, became a killing freeze. This climatic catastrophe forced the Great Separation. The human race, united in its polar home, was forced to flee. They streamed southward through the only available exits, the land bridges that connected the polar continent to Asia, Europe, and America. As they moved away from the center, they fragmented. They forgot their common language. They forgot the true location of their home. They became the scattered nations of history, the Aryans, the Semites, the Turonians, wandering in the outer darkness of the lower latitudes. In this worldview, history is a story of devolution. The further we moved from the pole, the more we lost. We lost the solar vitality of the long day. We lost the central piece of the axis. The civilizations of the south, Sumer, Egypt, Rome, were merely the refugee camps of a displaced nobility, trying to rebuild a shadow of the glory they had left behind in the ice. The racial implications of this theory began to darken the myth. The search for the cradle became inextricably linked with the search for the Aryan homeland. The Victorians, obsessed with classification and hierarchy, used the Hyperborean legend to establish a pedigree for the white races of Europe. They argued that the Aryans were the direct descendants of those who had stayed longest in the north, retaining the solar characteristics of the ancestors, the light eyes, the fair hair, the high intellect. This was the beginning of the Nordic myth that would mutate into a dangerous political ideology in the century to follow. But in Warren's study, the tone remained one of melancholy wonder. He writes of the sublime, pathetic memory that haunts the human race. Why do we all look north? Why do our compasses point there? Why do our maps place north at the top? Because, Warren argued, the biological compass in our blood remembers the orientation of the cradle. We are like homing pigeons that have lost their way, circling endlessly, pulled by an instinct we can no longer name. He describes the North Pole today not as a wilderness, but as a sealed sanctuary. The ice is the guardian that God has placed over the garden to prevent the fallen race from returning. The flaming sword of the cherubim is the aurora borealis, the curtain of fire that waves eternally over the gate. The gate itself is blocked by the glass mountain, the impassable glaciers. Warren's work synthesized biology, geology, and theology into a cohesive narrative that comforted the Victorian soul. It reconciled the Bible with science. Eden was real. It was just geologically inaccessible. Evolution was real. It just started at the pole and moved south. It gave the reader a sense of belonging to a grand, tragic epic. We were not accidents of slime. We were the exiled children of the stars, born in the light of the midnight sun, destined to wander the earth, remembering a home we could never revisit. The influence of Paradise Found was immense. It colored the poetry, the literature, and the exploration of the age. When explorers like Nansen and Peary geared up to dash for the pole, they were not just looking for a mathematical point. They were looking for the ruins of the motherland. They were the prodigal sons trying to break down the back door of the ancestral estate. As we leave the Victorian study, the image that lingers is one of profound displacement. We see humanity as a diaspora, standing on the steppes of Asia or the shores of the Mediterranean, looking north with a collective, aching nostalgia. The wind that blows down from the Arctic is no longer just cold air. It is a message from the past, a memento mori of a time when we lived in the center of the world and walked with the gods in a garden that had no night. The cradle is empty now, rocked only by the howling blizzards, but the dream of the infant humanity that once slept there remains the most powerful ghost in the Victorian machine. The scent of scientific varnish and the dust of geological specimens fade into the heavy, cloying aroma of sandalwood incense and Russian tobacco. We leave the university lecture halls of Boston and enter the dim, velvet-draped parlors of the late 19th century occult underground. Here, amidst the flickering gaslight of London and New York, the map of Hyperborea is redrawn once again, not by explorers or geologists, but by the visionary gaze of Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. In its encyclopedic pages of her magnum opus, The Secret Doctrine, the land beyond the north wind ceases to be a mere continent of soil and rock. It dissolves and reforms into something far more strange, a spiritual epic, a phase of the soul, a chapter in the cosmic biography of a humanity that has not yet fallen into matter. Blavatsky, the matriarch of theosophy, claimed to read from a history that was not written on paper but etched into the Akashic records, the invisible, etheric memory of the universe. Through her eyes, we look back not thousands of years, but millions. We see a timeline of root races, vast cyclical waves of existence that rise and fall like the breathing of Brahma. In this grand esoteric cosmology, Hyperborea is the home of the second root race. To understand the theosophical Hyperborea, we must abandon our understanding of the human body. The beings that inhabited this epoch were not the flesh and blood men of Pindar or Pliny. They were boneless, ethereal entities composed of semi-astral matter. They drifted rather than walked, moving through the heavy, humid atmosphere of the primeval north like luminous clouds or golden filaments. They were giant in stature, yet weightless, unanchored by the heavy gravity of the Iron Age. They possessed a form that was mutable and shimmering, glowing with a yellow-golden hue, the color of the sun that sustained them. The geography of this era was equally phantasmagoric. Blavatsky described a Hyperborean continent that extended from the North Pole southward, encompassing what is now Greenland, Spitsbergen, Sweden, and Siberia. But this land was not the frozen wasteland we know. It was the land of the gods, the only continent that does not sink or shift during the great geological cataclysms that reshape the rest of the planet. It is the imperishable sacred land. While Atlantis would drown and Lemuria would burn, Hyperborea remains. It is the spiritual capstone of the world, the eternal witness. Even now, theosophy suggests Beneath the ice and the silence, the energetic imprint of that land remains pristine, a vibration that cannot be frozen. The life of the Hyperboreans was defined by a profound vegetative silence. They were a race without manas, the Sanskrit term for mind or intellect. They did not think, analyze, or worry. They simply were. They existed in a state of pure, unreflecting consciousness, mirroring the divine light without distortion. Because they had no intellect, they had no conflict. They had no concept of self versus other. They were a collective unity, a field of golden energy swaying in the polar twilight. This explains the ancient legends of their happiness. They were happy because they were not yet divided by the knife of reason. Perhaps the most striking aspect of this esoteric vision is the method of reproduction. The Hyperboreans were sweat-born. They did not know the division of the sexes. There were no men and women, only the singular androgynous host. They reproduced like plants or simple organisms through a process of budding. A portion of the ethereal body would separate, expanding into a new form, painless and natural as a drop of rain separating from a cloud. This biological purity removed them from the cycle of passion, desire, and death that would plague the later races. It was an existence of unconscious creation, a life that mimicked the blooming of a flower. The climate of this spiritual Hyperborea was tropical, but not the sweltering heat of the equator. It was an ethereal warmth, a vitality that permeated the atmosphere. The trees were giant ferns and mosses that were as semi-material as the inhabitants. The world was soft. There were no hard edges, no rocks that could bruise, no storms that could destroy. It was a plastic reality, molded by the spirit, where the boundary between the dreamer and the dream was non-existent. Blavatsky's vision reinterprets the Greek myth of Apollo's visits with a new metaphysical logic. Apollo, the god of light, represents the solar energy that fed this race. The swans were not birds, but a metaphor for the high spiritual caste, the Hamsa of Hindu tradition, the souls who could travel between worlds. The gold guarded by the griffins was not metal, but the wisdom of the solar gods, the solar Pitris, who watched over the infancy of the race. But as with all theosophical cycles, the curve must descend. The narrative of Hyperborea is one of involution, the spirit slowly descending into matter. As the aeons passed, the earth began to cool and harden. The marine lung of Pythias, the gelatinous mix of elements, began to separate into solid land and liquid water. The ethereal bodies of the Hyperboreans began to coat themselves in denser skins to survive the changing environment. They began to develop bones. They began to shrink. The golden light faded into the opacity of flesh. This transition marked the end of the second root race and the beginning of the third, the Lemurians. The Hyperborean continent did not sink, but it withdrew. It became a forbidden zone. The ice that covered it was not just frozen water. It was a karmic barrier, sealing off the land of innocence from the race of experience. The land of the gods retreated into the mists of the etheric plane, accessible only to the highest initiates who could leave their physical bodies behind and travel the wondrous road of the spirit. Theosophy transformed the location of the North Pole from a geographical puzzle into a spiritual battery. It is the point where the earth inhales the cosmic energy. It is the seventh principle of the planet. To the theosophist, The explorers like Peary or Nansen, who walked on the physical ice, were merely crawling on the roof of the temple, unaware of the sanctuary beneath their feet. They measured the depth of the ocean, but they missed the depth of the history. There is a hypnotic quality to this version of the story. It turns the entire history of human evolution into a ghost story. It suggests that we are the ghosts, the heavy, solidified, amnesiac remnants of beings that were once made of light. The nostalgia for the North is explained as a cellular memory of our time as angels. We look north because that is where we fell from. We are drawn to the white silence because it reminds us of the time before we had voices, before we had arguments, before we had to labor in the fields of the heavy earth. Blavatsky's prose, dense and authoritative, wove a mythology that captivated the spiritual seekers of the age. She took the emptiness of the map and filled it with monads and elementals. She took the silence of the pole and filled it with the hum of the In her hands, Hyperborea became the ultimate esoteric secret, a place that is not a place, a time that is outside of time, a golden dream locked inside the white skull of the world. As the smoke from the incense burner curls upward in the dimly lit room, forming shapes that twist and dissolve, we are left with the image of the Hyperborean host, a sea of golden, translucent figures standing on a shore that no longer exists, watching the sun that never sets, waiting for the great wheel of time to turn full circle and dissolve the ice, allowing the spirit to breathe once again. The golden, spectral mists of theosophy slowly dissipate, but the gaze of the seeker does not return to the frozen surface of the map. Instead, it penetrates deeper, past the ice, past the rock, and into the very impossible core of the planet. As the 19th century turns toward the 20th, the legend of Hyperborea undergoes its most radical spatial inversion. The land beyond the north wind is no longer located on the top of the world. It is located inside it. We enter the age of the hollow earth, a time when the North Pole was reimagined not as a cap, but as a mouth, a colossal, undetected aperture leading to a verdant sanctuary protected by the shell of the crust. This shift begins with a declaration of absolute, unwavering confidence. On April 10th, 1818, a former captain of the U.S. infantry named John Cleves Sims Jr. sent a circular to the universities and governments of the world. His words were not a query, but a manifesto. I declare the earth is hollow and habitable within. I pledge my life in support of this truth and am ready to explore the hollow if the world will support and aid me in the undertaking. Sims was not speaking of a cave or a cavern. He was proposing a radical new planetary geometry. He argued that the Earth was formed of concentric spheres, open at the poles. He envisioned a rim, a verge, where the curvature of the Earth gradually inverted. A traveler sailing north would not hit a wall of ice. He would sail over the lip of the world, like an ant crawling over the rim of a bowl, and find himself navigating the interior surface of the planet. The Hyperborea of the ancients was not lost. It had simply been mislocated. It was the inner world. The imagery of this inner earth creates a dizzying cinematic spectacle. Imagine a ship, perhaps a wooden whaler or a steam-powered cutter, pushing through the pack ice of the Arctic. As it moves further north, the needle of the compass goes haywire, dipping vertically, not because of a magnetic mountain, but because the magnetic pole is floating in the opening. The sun behind the ship begins to fade, but it does not get dark. Ahead, a new light begins to glow, a soft, stationary luminescence rising from the center of the hollow void. This is the central sun, a miniature star suspended in the gravitational center of the planetary shell. In the lore of the hollow Earth, this inner light source creates a perpetual, reddish gold twilight. It is a light without shadows, a gentle radiation that encourages a riotous, prehistoric growth. The climate inside is described as tropical and uniform. The Rippian Mountains are the crust of the Earth itself, shielding the interior from the cosmic cold. The north wind is merely the draft created by the exchange of air between the cold outer atmosphere and the warm inner breath of the planet. Here, the legend of the reservoir of life finds a new home. The explorers who championed this theory, men like Marshall Gardner and authors who penned the biographies of travelers like Olaf Janssen, described a landscape where the biological clock had stopped millions of years ago. The woolly mammoths found frozen in Siberia were not ancient fossils. They were simply runaways that had wandered too close to the polar opening and frozen to death on the exterior. Inside, the herds still roamed free, crashing through forests of giant ferns and redwood trees that scraped the inner ceiling of the world. The perspective of the horizon in the hollow Earth is a mind-bending visual paradox. On the outer surface, the horizon falls away, hiding ships hull first. On the inner surface, the horizon curves upward. The landscape looks like a vast, shallow bowl rising on all sides to meet the central sun. A Hyperborean looking up would not see stars. He would see the distant, hazy continents of the other side of the world, suspended across the void like a map painted on a ceiling. The civilization of this inner realm, often conflated with the myths of Agartha or Shambhala, is depicted as the true preserver of the Golden Age. The inner worlders are the elder brothers of humanity. They are giants, 12 feet tall, speaking a language similar to Sanskrit, living in cities of crystal and gold, located near the internal shores. They possess the technology of flight, piloting vimanas, or saucer-shaped craft that use the electromagnetic currents of the shell to glide silently through the internal atmosphere. Why did they retreat inside? The narrative echoes the tragedy of Bailey and Warren, but offers a solution. When the outer surface became unstable, ravaged by floods, ice ages, and meteors, the wise and the worthy migrated into the interior. They closed the door behind them, or rather, they relied on the ice of the polar circle to hide the entrance. The fog and mist reported by Pythias and the other navigators were the camouflage of the portal. The marine lung was the turbulent mixing zone where the outer ocean met the inner ocean. The story of Olaf Janssen, a Norwegian fisherman who claimed to have sailed into the opening with his father, became the gospel of this movement. Janssen described a journey of wonder, sailing over the rim, the water turning fresh, the air turning warm, and the sudden appearance of a second sun. He spoke of feasting with the giants, of fruit the size of pumpkins, and of a lifespan that stretched for centuries. He described a people who knew the history of the outer world, but looked upon us with pity, regarding us as surface dwellers, clinging to the exposed, inhospitable roof of the true home. There is a profound psychological appeal to the hollow earth theory. It turns the planet into a womb. The outer surface is exposed, dangerous, and battered by the cosmos. The inner surface is enclosed, safe, and protected. It suggests that the garden is not a place we have to build. It is a place that is already waiting for us just beneath our feet. It validates the feeling that the surface world is a place of exile, a harsh frontier where we struggle to survive, while the real living room of the earth is locked away. The concept also solves the problem of the missing Hyperborea. The explorers couldn't find it on the ice because they were looking at the shell, not the kernel. They were walking on the roof of the cathedral, wondering where the altar was. The hole in the pole became the fixation of a generation of fringe thinkers. Expeditions were planned, though rarely launched, to find the lip. They analyzed the migration patterns of birds. Why did the raw skull fly north in winter? It must be flying toward the warmth of the opening. They analyzed the colored snow of the Arctic. Was it pollen blowing out from the inner forests? In this version of the myth, the North Pole is the ultimate threshold. It is the point of inversion where down becomes out and up becomes in. The silence of the pole is the silence of a held breath before the plunge. The traveler who dares to cross the rim leaves behind the stars and the moon, the erratic lights of the chaotic universe, and enters the domain of the smoky god, the steady, unblinking eye of the interior. As the 20th century marched on and aviation began to shrink the world, the hollow earth theory was slowly pushed into the realm of fantasy and conspiracy. But for a brief, vibrant moment, it offered a complete physical explanation for the Hyperborean dream. It gave the lost paradise a latitude and longitude. It told the freezing, warring, dying people of the surface that they were not alone on a rock in space. They were merely living on the wrong side of the fence. We end this section with the image of a small boat caught in a strange current at 88 degrees north. The compass spins aimlessly. The water is warm to the touch. Ahead, the gray fog lifts, revealing not a horizon of ice, but a lush green valley curving impossibly upward into a sky that has no night, beckoning the sailor to leave the surface and come inside. The warm, verdant light of the hollow earth and the gentle, ethereal golden glow of the Theosophists begin to dim, obscured by the gathering storm clouds of the 20th century. We leave the parlor rooms of Victorian London and the academic halls of Boston, crossing the Channel to the brooding industrial heart of Central Europe. Here in the beer halls of Munich and the occult salons of Berlin, the legend of Hyperborea undergoes a terrifying transmutation. It is no longer a dream of peace, nor a scientific hypothesis of origin. In the hands of a nation traumatized by war and humiliated by defeat, the myth hardens into steel. It becomes a weapon. The land beyond the north wind is stripped of its innocence and reforged into the spiritual citadel of a dark and aggressive new order. This is the era of the romantic distortion. To understand how a paradise of singing swans became a blueprint for domination, we must look to the specific melancholy of the German soul in the early 1900s. This was a culture steeped in the heavy Wagnerian mists of the Volk, a belief that the people were connected to the land by a mystical, blood-bound cord. The German Romantics had long looked north, turning away from the softness of the Roman South and the materialism of the French West. They sought their identity in the fog, the forest, and the ice. They read Tacitus and the Eddas, finding in the austere mythology of the North a mirror for their own sense of beleaguered greatness. In this atmosphere, the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche had already struck the tuning fork that would vibrate through the century. In his work, The Antichrist, he wrote the fateful line, "Let us face ourselves. We are Hyperboreans." With this declaration, he was not claiming a geographical location. He was claiming a psychological altitude. He was defining a caste of men who lived above the modern concerns of morality, pity, and equality. His Hyperborean was not Pliny's happy, satiated elder preparing to leap into the sea. He was a being of ice and solitude, a warrior of the spirit who breathed the crisp, rare air of the peaks, far removed from the suffocating warmth of the herd. This philosophical abstraction was dragged down into the political gutter by the Thule Gesellschaft, the Thule Society. Founded in 1918 by Rudolf von Zebottendorf, this secret society met in the plush, tapestried rooms of the Hotel Vier Jahreszeiten in Munich. The atmosphere in these meetings was a potent cocktail of occultism, pseudoscience, and nationalism. Men with monocles and scars from the Great War gathered under the emblem of a curved, moving sun wheel, the swastika, which they identified not as an Eastern symbol, but as the ancient sign of the Hyperborean sun. For the members of the Thule Society, Ultima Thule was not just the island Pythias saw, it was the lost capital of the Aryan race. They accepted the theories of Bali and Warren that the white race had originated at the North Pole, but they stripped away the universalism. They argued that when the ice came and the Hyperboreans migrated south, only a select few kept their blood pure. The rest had mingled with the lesser races of the south, losing their divine powers. The history of the world was rewritten as a struggle to regain that lost polar purity. The Hyperborea of the Thule Society was a place of stark, terrifying beauty. The perpetual spring of the Greeks was reimagined as a time of testing, a hard paradise where the weak perished and the strong thrived. The gold of the north became a metaphor for the solar blood that flowed in the veins of the chosen. The silence of the Riphean mountains was no longer a peaceful hush. It was the silence of discipline and obedience. In this distorted vision, the figure of Apollo underwent a radical makeover. He was stripped of his lyre and his gentle healing arts. He was emphasized as the Doric Apollo, the god of strict order, the archer who kills from afar. He became a solar warrior, the antithesis of the suffering, compassionate Christ. The Thulists sought to purge Christianity of its weak, southern elements and replace it with a solar cult rooted in the memory of the North. They looked to the solstice fires, the runic scripts, and the ancient megaliths as the true cathedrals of their race. The black sun imagery began to percolate through the esoteric fringes of this movement. While the golden sun represented the light of the visible world, the black sun, the Schwarz Sonne, represented the hidden, magical energy of the Hyperborean interior. It was the light of the spirit, visible only to the initiate. But in the darkening context of the ideology, the black sun became a symbol of destructive power, a source of energy that could be tapped to burn away the corruption of the modern world. It was an inversion of the life-giving rays of the Eridanus. It was a radiation of death and transformation. We must witness the tragedy of this appropriation. The ancient myth had always been an escape hatch for humanity, a place to dream of when life became too hard. It was a symbol of otium, leisure, and peace. The Romantics turned it into a symbol of Kampf, struggle. They took the garden and paved it with parade grounds. They took the ageless, deathless Hyperboreans and transformed them into the Übermensch, the Superman who dominates the earth. The shamanic flight of Aristeas became the will to power. This ideology fueled a desperate obsession with ancestry. The Ahnenerbe, the ancestral heritage organization later established within this ideological framework, would send expeditions not to find a place to live, but to find proof of dominance. They scoured the world, Tibet, Antarctica, the caves of Europe, looking for the runes and the dolmens that would prove the Hyperboreans had once ruled the earth. They measured skulls and collected folklore, twisting every datum to fit the narrative of a lost Nordic master race. The innocent amber trade of the Bronze Age was reinterpreted as an ancient colonial network. The concept of ice took on a mystical significance. In the world ice theory, Welteislehre, championed by Hans Herberger, which gained traction in these circles, ice was the cosmic adversary of fire. The history of the universe was a war between the heat of the sun and the eternal ice of the void. The Hyperborean was the Iceman, the being who had mastered the cold, who was hard and transparent like a diamond. This pseudoscience mirrored the political desire for hardness. To be cold was a virtue, to be warm was a weakness. As the rhetoric heated up in the beer halls and the streets began to fill with brown-shirted marchers, the ghost of Hyperborea hovered over the chaos. It provided a deep-time justification for the madness. It told the unemployed worker and the embittered soldier that they were not failures, they were dispossessed kings. It told them that their misery was not their fault, but the result of forgetting their polar origins. It promised that if they could just purify their blood and harden their hearts, the Thule of the spirit would rise again. The distortion was total. The land beyond the north wind had been a place where the wind did not blow, but the new ideology summoned the wind. They summoned the storm. They called upon Boreas not to protect the garden, but to unleash the gale that would sweep the undesirable elements from the face of the earth. The tragedy of the romantic distortion is that it took one of the most beautiful dreams of the human imagination, the dream of a sickness-free, war-free life, and used it to justify the creation of a war machine. The singing swans were silenced by the sound of jackboots. The golden arrows of Apollo were replaced by the ballistics of the Va-2 rocket. The myth was hollowed out, leaving only the shell of superiority without the substance of sanctity. The section ends with a visual dissolution. We see a map of the Arctic on a wall in a darkened Berlin office. A hand reaches out and pins a flag to the location of Thule, but the flag does not bear the image of the sun or the swan. It bears the jagged, angular runes of the New Order. As the camera pulls back, the shadows in the room lengthen until they swallow the map entirely, leaving the North Pole hidden once again, not by mist, but by the darkest night the world has ever known. The smoke of the 20th century clears, and the violent, jagged runes of the political distortion fade back into the silence of history. We are left standing in the quiet aftermath, holding a map that has been scrubbed clean of monsters, empires, and ideologies. The physical quest for Hyperborea has largely ended. The satellites have photographed the ice, and the nuclear submarines have charted the ridges of the ocean floor. There is no tropical continent hiding beneath the pole, no hole leading to a hollow earth, and no magnetic mountain rising from the waves. The geography is closed, but as the physical door slams shut, a different door opens, one that leads inward into the vast, unmapped territories of the human psyche. Hyperborea transforms now from a place on a chart to a permanent coordinate in the soul, becoming the ultimate symbol of true north. This transformation is driven by a specific, aching emotion that the German Romantics called Sehnsucht, an inconsolable longing for something we cannot name, a homesickness for a land we have never visited. In the 20th century, writers and thinkers began to identify this feeling specifically with the North. It is the idea of North, a concept that transcends the weather reports and the glacial studies. It suggests that the North is not just a direction, it is a state of mind. It is the direction of austerity, of clarity, and of a terrible, beautiful purity that stands in stark contrast to the messy, tangled confusion of the South, the realm of cities, noise, and compromise. We see this psychological phenomenon crystallize in the early life of the writer C.S. Lewis. He described a moment in his childhood when he read the lines of an old Norse poem, and suddenly the world seemed to crack open. He felt a stab of intense, bittersweet joy, a sensation he called simply northernness. It was a feeling of vastness, of cold, clean air, of giant dark forests and silent, snowy peaks. It was a sensation of being pulled towards something other, something ancient and severe that made the ordinary world look small and gray. For Lewis, and for the millions who shared this inexplicable pull, Hyperborea was the name of that feeling. It was the landscape where joy lived, a place that was always just over the next ridge, always just beyond the reach of the present moment. In this psychological cartography, the North represents the superego of the planet. If the South is the id, hot, teeming, passionate, and chaotic, the North is the intellect and the spirit distilled to their essence. It is the realm of the ascetic. The monk in his cell, the philosopher in his study, the artist in his loft, they are all, in a sense, traveling north. They are stripping away the ornate decorations of life to find the bone-white truth underneath. Hyperborea becomes the symbol of this reduction. It is a world of white on white, a minimalist masterpiece where there is nothing to distract the mind from the contemplation of the absolute. Consider the metaphor of the compass. For centuries, we believed the needle pointed to a rock or an island. Now, we understand that the needle points to a force, but in the landscape of the imagination, the magnetic north and the true north are two very different destinations. Magnetic north is where the needle goes. It wanders, it shifts, it is pulled by the iron ores of the earth. It represents our earthly desires, our shifting passions. But true north is fixed. It is the geometric point around which the heavens turn. It is invisible, marking the axis of stability. The psychological pull of Hyperborea is the pull of true north. It is the desire to align one's life with something that does not move, to find a center of gravity that is immune to the turning of the world. This internal Hyperborea is also a place of solitude. The crowdedness of the ancient myths, the feasting Hyperboreans, the dancing maidens, falls away in the modern imagination. The North becomes the domain of the solitary walker. We imagine the Arctic explorer not as a conqueror, but as a pilgrim. He walks alone across the ice, his breath pluming before him, surrounded by a silence so deep it sounds like a ringing bell. He is not looking for gold, he is looking for himself. The silence of the North becomes a therapeutic space, a mental soundproof room where the noise of modern media, commerce, and politics can finally be shut out. To go north is to go silent. The midnight sun also takes on a new psychological meaning. In the realm of the psyche, the sun that never sets is the symbol of a consciousness that never sleeps, a state of total, unblinking awareness. It is the lucid dream of the waking life. To live in Hyperborea is to live in a state of permanent illumination, where there are no shadows in the mind, no dark corners where fear or repression can hide. It is the ultimate goal of psychoanalysis and meditation to bring the light of the sun to the hidden ice of the unconscious. Yet there is a danger in this pull, a feral quality to the purity. The North is indifferent to human life. It is beautiful, but it is not kind. The psychological Hyperborea is a place where the human ego is obliterated by the scale of the landscape. The sublime, as defined by the philosophers, is the feeling of awe mixed with terror. The North is the home of the sublime. To long for it is to long for a kind of ego death, emerging with the white void. This is why the call of the North is often linked to a kind of death drive, a desire to lie down in the snow and simply stop, to become as still and perfect as a crystal. We see this theme echoing in the music and art of the late 20th century. The ambient music, the minimalist paintings, the stark architecture, they are all attempts to build a Hyperborea in the city. They create spaces of coolness. We use the word cool to describe composure, detachment, and style. This is a climatic metaphor. To be cool is to have a little bit of the north wind in your soul. It is to be unaffected by the heat of the moment. The Hyperborean is the ultimate cool character, detached, observant, poised, living in a personal climate control of the spirit. The unattainability is the key ingredient. If we could book a flight to Hyperborea, if we could stay in a hotel there, the magic would vanish. It must remain beyond the horizon. It functions as a regulating ideal, a star to steer by, not a port to dock in. The moment we think we have found it, whether in a political ideology or a specific location, we destroy it. It exists only in the distance. It is the blue of the distant mountains that turns to gray rock when you climb them. The blue is the Hyperborean element. It is the color of distance itself. As we navigate the complexities of the modern world, the internal compass continues to tremble. We feel the pull when we look at a blank sheet of paper waiting to be written on. We feel it when we stand by the ocean in winter, watching the gray waves roll in from the emptiness. We feel it in the white noise that helps us sleep. We are seeking the clean slate, the fresh start, the pristine morning of the world. The Hyperborean legend has thus survived the loss of its geography by becoming a geography of hope. It is the elsewhere that we need to stay sane. It reminds us that there is a part of us that is not defined by our jobs, our relationships, or our failures. There is a part of us that is made of ice and light, a diamond soul that sits at the pole of our being, watching the stars turn, untouched by the storms of the lower latitudes. The section closes with the image of a person in a high-rise apartment in a bustling, neon-lit city. It is late at night. They turn off the lights and press their forehead against the cold glass of the window, looking north. They cannot see the stars through the light pollution, and they cannot see the Riphean mountains. But for a moment, they close their eyes and feel a phantom wind on their face, a cool, clean breath from a garden that no longer exists, and yet is the only place they have ever truly wanted to go. The roar of the 20th century's engines fades into the high-pitched, electronic hum of the 21st. We have left the age of the romantic explorer and entered the age of the omnipresent sensor. The blank spaces on the map, which once invited the ink of the poets and the dreams of the mystics, have been filled in by the unblinking eye of the satellite. We float now above the physical reality of the Arctic, looking down through the lens of a technology that sees everything and imagines nothing. In this its stark, high-resolution era, the legend of Hyperborea faces its final and most formidable adversary, the absolute verifiable truth of the ice. Modern exploration has stripped the North of its last veils. The nuclear submarine, a steel leviathan far more powerful than Pythias's galley, glides silently beneath the polar ice cap. It does not find the indrawing seas of Mercator or the hollow earth opening of Sims. It finds only the crushing weight of the dark water and the jagged, inverted mountain ranges of the ice keels hanging from the surface. The sonar pings off the ocean floor, mapping the Lomonosov Ridge, a ghostly spine of rock that connects Siberia to Greenland, but it detects no sunken cities, no spherical temples, and no vibrations of a primeval choir. The depth of the North has been measured, and it is made of basalt and sediment, not memory and gold. Above the ice, the illusion of the tropical pole has been shattered by the data of the climatologist. We know now that the warmth of the ancient epoch was real. The fossilized fern leaves and the stumps of the dawn redwood found on Axel Heiberg Island prove it, but it is separated from us by 40 million years of cooling. The garden is there, but it is a fossil. It is a pressed flower in the book of geology, brittle and dead. The modern traveler who steps off the helicopter onto the pack ice does not step into a sanctuary of eternal health. They step into a hostile, blinding whiteness that requires a survival suit to endure. The air is not the sweet breath of Boreas's absence. It is a knife of cold that freezes the eyelashes and burns the lungs. Yet, in this desolate reality, a new kind of haunting beauty emerges, the beauty of the ruins of ice. The architecture of the modern North is transient. The glaciers, those massive rivers of blue-white silence that spill from the Greenland ice sheet, are the true temples of the region. They are colossal, moving structures that groan and crack with the thunder of a dying god. When a piece of the ice front calves into the sea, sending a plume of spray hundreds of feet into the air, it creates a momentary sculpture of immense power, a white cathedral that floats for a season before dissolving into the Atlantic. We find here the ruins of human ambition as well. Scattered across the tundra and the rocky archipelagos are the rusting remains of the attempts to conquer the myth. We see the bleached bones of whalers' huts on Svalbard, the twisted metal of weather stations abandoned after the Cold War, and the cairns of stones piled over the bodies of explorers who walked north and never walked back. These are the monuments to the idea of North. They testify that the land does not want us. It tolerates the visitor for a moment, then buries their footprints in the snow. Archaeology has dug into the permafrost, seeking the Hyperboreans, and it has found them, but they were not the golden-haired giants of Victorian fantasy. They were the Thule people, the ancestors of the modern Inuit, a resourceful, resilient culture that mastered the cold rather than escaping it. They built their homes not of marble, but of whalebone and sod. They did not play golden lyres. They beat drums made of skin to summon the spirits of the hunt. Their survival in this unforgiving landscape is a miracle far more impressive than the magical ease of the Greek legend. They found a way to live where the Greeks believed life was impossible, but their history is a quiet one, written in bone tools and ivory carvings, easily overlooked by a world hungry for atlases of lost empires. There is a profound irony in the current state of the North. The warming that the ancients dreamed of, the return of the tropical climate, is now happening, but it arrives not as a blessing, but as a catastrophe. The unsetting sun now shines on melting permafrost. The marine lung of slush ice is expanding as the permanent pack ice retreats. The open polar sea that the explorers died trying to find is becoming a reality, opening shipping lanes where there should be silence. The myth is being fulfilled in the most tragic way possible. The ice is leaving, but the garden is not returning. Only the dark water remains. And yet, the memory of the myth persists in the very emptiness of the landscape. When we look at a satellite image of the pole, we see a swirling abstraction of white clouds and fractured ice. It looks like a mandala. It looks like the iris of an eye. The silence of the data is, in its own way, as heavy as the silence of the legend. The fact that there is nothing there, no land, just a shifting skin of ice over a deep ocean, preserves a certain kind of mystery. It is a void, and a void is a canvas. Because the physical Hyperborea has been disproven, the feeling of it has nowhere to anchor but in the light itself. The aurora borealis remains the one untouched element of the ancient wonder. When the solar wind slams into the magnetosphere and the sky erupts in curtains of green, violet, and blood-red fire, the modern observer feels the same primal awe as the Stone Age hunter. Science explains the ionization of gases, but it cannot explain the sensation of the souls lifting out of the body to meet the light. For those few seconds, the Ripon barrier is down. The sky is alive. The modern world of schedules and screens vanishes, and we are standing once again in the forecourt of the sun god. The ruins we traverse now are the ruins of our own projections. We walk through the wreckage of the theories, the maps of Mercator, the diagrams of Sims, the racial fantasies of the Thulists, all scattered like debris on the ice. They are the husks of our desire. But the ice itself remains indifferent. It cracks. It shifts. It drifts south. It carries the memory of the world in its air bubbles, trapping samples of the atmosphere from the Roman warm period, the medieval freeze, and the industrial rise. It is the true historian. As we stand on the deck of the icebreaker, watching the midnight sun dip toward the horizon and bounce back up, we realize that the journey has not been about finding a place, but about measuring the distance between the human heart and the cold indifference of the universe. The Hyperborea we sought was a mirror. We looked north to see a perfected version of ourselves. We found only the polar bear, moving like a pale ghost across the pressure ridges, the true king of a kingdom we can visit, but never inhabit. The ice is not a garden gate. It is a mirror that reflects only the white, blinding silence of reality. And so, the maps are folded. The compasses are cased in brass and set aside. The satellites that circle the globe in their silent, metallic orbits blink out one by one, leaving the sky to the ancient stars. We have walked the length of the legend, from the first golden arrow released by the bow of Apollo to the rust-red decks of the icebreakers crunching through the pack ice. We have searched for the garden behind the wind, the continent beneath the pole, and the hollow sanctuary within the earth. We have looked with the eyes of poets, priests, conquerors, and scientists. But now, the time for looking is over. The time for measuring is done. The noise of history, with its wars and its theories and its desperate desire to know, begins to fade, replaced by the soft, overwhelming hush of the falling snow. The story of Hyperborea does not end with a discovery. It ends with a departure. It retreats. It withdraws back into the mist from which it came, reclaiming the silence that we tried so hard to break. Imagine the landscape before us, the jagged peaks of the Rippean Mountains, the heaving gray slush of the marine lung, the dark silhouette of the black rock, slowly losing their definition. The sharp edges of reality begin to soften, blurring into a gentle, white abstraction. The ink on the parchment runs, dissolving the coastlines and the rivers, turning the known world back into a blank, pristine page. The guardians resume their watch. The griffins, those fierce sentinels of the gold, fold their wings and close their eyes, turning back into stone, becoming indistinguishable from the crags of the mountains. The one-eyed men and the fantastical tribes of the steppes fade into the shadows of the pine forests, becoming merely the rustle of branches in the wind. They are no longer needed to fight us, for we are no longer trying to force our way in. We have laid down our siege engines of logic and our ladders of ambition. We are standing at the threshold, not as invaders, but as witnesses to the great closing of the gate. The wind, the mighty Boreas, takes a deep, final breath. The gale that howled through the centuries, driving the ships of Pythias back and burying the camps of the explorers, softens into a whisper. It is no longer a barrier of cold. It is a curtain of air, drawing itself across the northern horizon. It spins the snow into a thick, white veil, hiding the path that leads neither by sea nor by land. The feathers that Herodotus wrote of begin to fall in earnest now. Millions of silent white flakes drifting down from the upper atmosphere, covering the footprints of the archaeologists, burying the rusted metal of the weather stations, smoothing over the scars we left on the ice. The world is being reset. The white silence is reclaiming its dominion, and in this deepening quiet, we catch one last, fleeting glimpse of the impossible. Far away, beyond the veil of the snow, the light changes. The harsh, blue-white glare of the polar ice mellows into a deep, resonant amber. It is the light of the unsetting sun, the eternal golden hour that has been waiting there all along, untouched by our disbelief. We see, or perhaps we only dream we see, the great white shapes of the swans rising from the hidden lakes. They do not cry out. They fly in perfect unison, their wings beating a slow, hypnotic rhythm that matches the slowing beat of your own heart. They are returning to the temple, spiraling inward toward the center of the peace that does not end. The golden arrow of Apollo, which we watched streak across the sky at the very beginning of this journey, is still flying. It did not land. It was never meant to land. It travels forever toward the north, a streak of pure intention moving through the quiet air. To follow it now is not a journey for the feet, but for the spirit. We follow it by letting go. We follow it by closing our eyes and allowing the heavy, dark waters of the Eridanus to carry us gently away from the shore of the waking world. The tension of the search evaporates. We realize now that Hyperborea was never a place to be found on a map. It was a place to be felt in the soul. It is the space between the thoughts. It is the pause between the breaths. It is the great silence that holds the universe together. The ice is not a fortress. It is a blanket pulled up over the sleeping earth to keep the dream warm. The cold is not an enemy. It is a preserver, keeping the memory of the golden age fresh and incorruptible, suspended in a state of perfect crystalline stasis. As the image fades, the distinction between the snow and the sky vanishes. There is only the white. It is a soft, enveloping whiteness, thick and comforting, like the wool of the clouds. It absorbs every sound. The din of lyres and the chanting of the priests are gone, replaced by a silence so profound it hums. It is the sound of the snow falling on water. It is the sound of the earth turning slowly on its axis, grinding the millstone of the stars. You are safe here, on the edge of this whiteness. The marine lung breathes for you, a slow, rhythmic rise and fall of the ocean that rocks you into a deeper state of rest. The shadows lengthen and dissolve, not into darkness, but into a soft gray twilight, the simmer dim of the north, where the light is gentle and the eyes can finally rest. The anxiety of the south, the worry of the ticking clock, the weight of the harvest, it is all left behind, south of the mountains, south of the wind. Here, there is only the now, stretched out into a quiet eternity. The figures of history, Hesiod, Pythias, Mercator, Blavatsky, they bow and recede, their voices turning into the murmur of the wind in the dry grass. They have played their parts. They have told their stories. Now they, too, sleep in the drifts of time. The library is closed. The scrolls are rolled up. The fire in the hearth has burned down to glowing embers, casting a warm, flickering light against the walls of the mind. Drift now. Drift toward the center. The gravity of the pole is pulling you gently, not with the force of a magnet, but with the attraction of home. You are returning to the cradle. You are returning to the stillness before the storm, the silence before the speech, the peace before the pain. The garden is opening its gates, but they open inward. The palm trees and the singing swans are waiting there in the verdant valleys of your own sleep. The snow continues to fall, layer upon layer, soft and heavy. It covers the black rock. It fills the whirlpool. It smooths the ribbon crags. The map is white. The world is white. The silence is absolute. There is nothing left to find. There is nothing left to prove. There is only the slow, steady breathing of the north wind, watching over you, guarding the gate of your rest. The golden arrow flies on into the mist, into the white, into the silence,